You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. This is Force 13 Live. We're looking at Tropical Storm Ian's continuous progress through and off the eastern coast of Florida at this point. This devastating storm that made landfall yesterday near Cape Coral, just on the islands offshore. Cayo Costa was the landfall point yesterday afternoon. Swept through the central part of Florida overnight. I saw quite a bit of flooding. Mainly overnight. It seemed to have subsided a little this morning, particularly in the Orlando area and so forth. But looking out here, this is a view on the Interstate 95, just south of Daytona Beach. You can see lots of leaf debris on the road there, and if we can maybe pan or zoom left, you might see... Okay, I guess you won't, but we just shrink it down. There is a fallen tree on the edge of the road, the only one we can see there, but goes to show that even in this area the strength of the storm has been enough to topple trees regardless of any potential flooding. I don't know if all that leaf debris is because of trees or if it was because of flooding, maybe both. I can see a little patch of water on the left hand side, the embankment. So maybe it was flooded earlier on. Vehicles still taking only the other 2 lanes on this 3-lane road to get by, and that's the view near Daytona Beach right now. So just to try and get a handle of where the flooding concerns are at the minute, there is only 1 flash flood warning active right now, which, to be honest, checking in this afternoon, I guess I'm a little bit surprised about, but obviously only 1, which it must only be good news, and that is for northeastern Flagler County until 3:15. At 12:14 p.m. the public reported heavy rain and flash flooding in Palm Coast near Belterre Parkway. Between 5 and 10 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of 2 to 4 inches are possible in that warned area, and flash flooding is ongoing. I don't believe I saw anything in that area on our images, but I'll go and have a little look now and take a look. But looking at this radar imagery shows you where the storm is right now. I'm not sure exactly where the center might be. Somewhere within this bulk, clearly on the radar imagery. Let's see if we can get satellite to help us, perhaps. And we'll go to Mesoscale 2, which shows it. Oh no, there you go. So that quite clearly shows where the center of the storm actually is. It is way further out here. And believe it or not, still going east of the National Hurricane Center's forecast cone. That yellow line that we're watching there, that's where the NHC are expecting it to go. But once again, the storm has ended up further east and has to start there and maybe running up that way. If we remember rightly, if we look back and take a look at the track of the storm, of course initially it was expected to go way up here, and then the storm ended up, well, it was actually further east to begin with near Cuba, but then it ended up going this way, and the NHC wants it to go further, and now it's here and it's still going east of expectations, so who knows where we might go next. This storm could still make landfall in North Carolina still at this rate, although that is well out of the cone and time is running shorter. So we expect that storm to take that northward turn very soon, almost, well, it should be beginning now really, but the center of the storm still clearly moving northeastwards. So I guess what can you do? Northern side of it, northeastern side of it, still producing quite a bit of heavy rainfall. All of this area here, those red zones. But along the coast, I mean, it's not looking that bad in terms of extremely heavy rainfall or very strong winds. it's got a large tropical storm wind field, of course. If we switch to the latest National Hurricane Center forecast cone, look at the size of that wind field as of 11 a.m. And that's why tropical storm force wind warnings, at least, are out all over the outer banks of North Carolina, even so far away from the storm at the moment. But when you look at that wind field, you can see how it's managed to come to that. Let's just tell you the latest on those current warnings, and you might be able to see them for yourself there if you know your geography. But a storm surge warning is in effect for the Flagler-Volusia line to Little River Inlet, the Neuse River and St. Johns River. A hurricane warning is in effect for Savannah River to Little River Inlet. Tropical storm warning for Jupiter Inlet to Duck, North Carolina, and Pamlico Sound. Storm surge watch for north of South Santee River to Duck, North Carolina, and Pamlico River. And a hurricane watch for the Flagler-Volusia County line to the Savannah River. Looking back at our camera at Daytona Beach as we continue to talk about this. Ian is moving towards the north-northeast near 9 miles per hour. A turn towards the north is expected late today, followed by a turn towards the north-northeast with an increase in forward speed Friday night. Maximum sustained winds increased a bit from earlier. They actually had it at 65 miles per hour, which was right on their forecast, and it's back to 70 miles per hour, and they're expecting it to become a hurricane again this evening and make landfall as a hurricane on Friday with rapid weakening forecast after landfall. Tropical storm force winds extend outwards up to 415 miles from the center. A NOAA Seaman station at the St. Johns County Pier in St. Augustine Beach recently reported a sustained wind of 53 and a gust to 61. A Weather STEM station reported a gust of 74 miles per hour at Marineland. A grammar error there on the NHC advisory. So people might still be concerned about surge, and this is what we're expecting. Edisto Beach to South Santee River, still we're expecting 4 to 7 feet. Flagler-Volusia County line to Edisto Beach, 4 to 6 feet. South Santee River to Little River Inlet, 3 to 5 feet. St. Johns River, 2 to 4 feet. East of Little River Inlet to Duck, including Pamlico and Neuse Rivers, 2 to 4 feet. Patrick Air Force Base to Flagler-Volusia County line, 1 to 3 feet. Bonita Beach to Chokoloskee, including Charlotte Harbor, 1 to 3 feet, and Albemarle Sound, 1 to 2 feet. As for rainfall, storm total rainfall expectations: east central to northeast Florida, additional rainfall of 2 to 4 inches with storm totals around 20 inches in spots. That's actually trended down a little bit. They were saying 30, but looks like 20 now. Coastal Georgia, 2 to 5 inches with locally higher amounts. Low country of South Carolina, 4 to 8 inches with local maximum of 12. Upstate and central South Carolina, North Carolina, and southern Virginia, 3 to 6 inches with local maximums of 8 across western North Carolina. However, major to record river flooding will continue across central Florida through next week. Considerable flash urban and river flooding is expected across coastal portions of northeast Florida, southeastern Georgia, and eastern South Carolina through Friday. Locally considerable flash urban and small stream flooding is possible this weekend across portions of the southern Appalachians, where landslides will be possible as well. Limited flooding is possible along portions of the southern mid-Atlantic. A tornado or two will be possible Friday across the coastal Carolinas, and of course you've got swells and rip currents to consider too. Stay away from the coast. 70 mile per hour winds, and their next intermediate advisory will be at the top of the hour, where we'll see if they have any appetite to change the intensity again. I don't know about any observations that might suggest hurricane status or not. I imagine Recon are back out there. I don't have any information really about that, unless, well, we're actually joined by Ethan right now. Are Recon commencing missions again?
No Recon planes out there right now.
Wow, okay. So what do you think about this? How do you think it will reach hurricane status again? In fact, do you think that at all?
I don't think it'll reach hurricane status.
So what's their reasoning?
Let's hear into the NHC's discussion and let's have
Good
a look.
idea.
They say Ian should move over the Gulf Stream tonight and tomorrow for a longer period of time than previously anticipated, which
Yep.
should maintain Ian's central convection. Additionally, an increased pressure gradient on the northwestern side from a stationary front in the southeastern U.S. should provide a boost to the wind speed on that side of the storm. We now expect Ian to become a hurricane again by this evening. So that's and they also expect Ian to maintain intensity as it approaches South Carolina, but I personally have a bit of doubts behind this because the system doesn't really look that organized. And I know that there have been worse looking hurricanes and that people are going to say that, but personally, I'm not too big on this becoming a hurricane again. I mean, we've had systems like this, like Elsa back in 2021 and Ada back in 2020, where the NHC was incredibly persistent on them forecasted to become a hurricane again, and they were disorganized whenever they were forecasting it, and it only ended up becoming barely one per 6 hours. And I
Were
think
they
that
right,
Ian, on one case, yes. On another, no. I won't name which storm it was, but I have a feeling that Ian's going to be another case of that. That's just my thoughts, of course.
Interesting. We're also joined by Smitty right now, one of our more severe weather inclined members. And what's your thoughts on the storm right now? It looks like on radar that the even though there's some persistent rainfall, it doesn't look particularly severe. And I can see you talking, but I can't actually hear you. I don't know what's going on there.
I can't hear him either.
I fixed it.
Oh, there we go.
All right. Yeah, definitely the system is very lopsided. It's only really the northern side that's producing heavy rainfall, and the southern side is completely dry. Probably something to do with dry air ingestion as it moves through. I have taken a look at some of the tropical models.
I guess the main question moving forward for many is the tornado risk moving into the Carolinas.
Yeah, so it's a bit difficult because there isn't one model that basically will tell you how bad it's going to be, because you obviously have the HER that always downplays Cape advection. You have the NAM 3 kilometer, which is a lot better at forecasting Cape advection, but obviously it overplays shear a bunch. So it's not the best thing to use. So what I like to use is the RAP, which is it's kind of a middle ground between these models. If I load it up here. However, the RAP is quite low resolution. It's basically like the cousin to the HRRR model, which is a very beloved convective model. It's what the SBC mainly uses. So it is showing that over time, if I go to the, I think it was the 13Z run. Wait, which run is it? 15Z? Yeah, 15Z. So the RAP wants about, let's see, about 2,300 cape or so to advect onshore as Hurricane Ian moves through, which is similar to what the NAM is predicting. But we can't use the really RAP for the shear just because of how low resolution it is. But if we use the HER for our shear and then combine that with the cape advection with the NAM, we can see that the tornado threat is going to be actually decently substantial. We're going to have about let's see how much 0 to 1 kilometer SRH. That's just how much spin in the atmosphere there is, basically. So with these cells, we might have about 530 0 to 1 kilometer SRH. I'm seeing on some of these cells. Some of those numbers are inflated, but around 400, which is plenty for tornado genesis. And combine that with about 2,500 or so cape coming onshore and advecting in. The tornado threat will be decently substantial. I could see a 5% tornado risk being issued, maybe a 10% if the models keep convening on this solution. So we could see a bit of a tornado episode like we saw in Florida a couple days ago, but maybe perhaps worse.
Worse?
I wouldn't say much worse, but I would just say that just if we look at the tornado climatology for North Carolina, whenever it's just a theme with the state. These high shear, low cape setups from tropical systems moving in usually cause some tornado episodes. There's not usually many, but occasionally we do get a significant tornado that tracks along for a bit. And this setup looks similar to some other tropical weather tornado episodes. I wouldn't say outbreaks, but episodes in North Carolina. What do you think, Ethan?
I'm not entirely sure on the tornado threat, but I think it's going to be a lot lower than what you're saying, personally.
Well, there's only one way to find out. We're looking at a camera here on Interstate 95 near Palm Coast, which is under the flash flood warning right now. So we're going to be watching this area closely to see what kind of conditions are occurring. And as you can see, quite a bit of rainfall. Fair amount of traffic as well, considering that they're probably still... Well, when you look at NHC's diagram, they're still very much in tropical storm force winds. Doesn't look particularly windy at this location, but streaming rainfall, I think we can see that. It's under an orange area or two on the radar. So there's quite a bit of rain falling here and the potential for flash flooding. This is Force 13 Live. If you've got any comments or questions for us, start your message with Force 13 all in text, and I imagine we'll be taking it from several different angles. But first of all, from our team, is there any news or information or anything useful to relay regarding what's happened further south? Any updates on the worst affected places from its dreadful high-end Category 4 landfall yesterday?
I don't have any information from down there, but what I can say is I do have a online friend that I play with. He is east of Fort Myers, so he didn't even get the hurricane force wind field, but a lot of people supposedly in that area, in the area around Naples, luckily, they didn't even lose power. So
Really?
that's shocked me a little bit that those areas didn't really lose that much power down there.
But from what we have seen, massive surge problems, several feet of storm surge into Fort Myers, Cape Coral, and even Naples. I think Naples might have shocked a lot of people.
It didn't personally shock me a lot, because
The extent of it, I think, perhaps.
No, not really, because I knew that the angle that the hurricane was going to come into, that Naples was going to be very prone to storm surge, and I think that a lot of people oftentimes underestimate storm surge away from the hurricane, because most people think that whenever they think of storm surge, they think of just the eye wall area, but no, it's further out than that.
Well, maybe I'm one of those. We were looking to see if there are any webcams to look at as well, but honestly, there is really not much to see anywhere right now, much as was the case yesterday evening when we were looking around. There's not much coming out from the ground there, at least in terms of visuals. Smitty, have you heard anything?
Sorry, your mic cut out. What were you saying?
About the extent of the situation down there near the landfall zone. I imagine power's still out in communications.
Yes, I will check powerautages.us. I was literally about to do that.
So we can also take a listen to that as well. If anyone wants to take part in today's stream, we are still doing the phone-in format, so you can join our Discord server, which is where it takes place, and ask to join, and someone already does. So let's see if we can talk to Vapor. And you were here right at the end of our stream last night, so I guess it feels like a continuation now, but welcome back.
I just wanted to come in and say hi.
Yeah.
I don't really have anything to talk about. I mean, I do have a picture of a tree falling over in my backyard.
Oh,
Maybe
and
I can put that
just remind us where you are again.
I'm in Port St. Lucie.
Port St. Lucie. So how were the conditions there? South side of the storm?
Very dry. It was obviously drier.
Drier?
Not that much rain. Drier, not that much rain. It was just. I mean, the highest it got, I think the highest wind speed I got was about 30 miles an hour.
Still enough to knock a
So-
tree down, though, apparently.
Yeah. Here, just.
You'd be shocked, Nathan.
Hmm.
You would be shocked.
So that was at Port St. Lucie, and I'll look out for that photo. Oh, you sent it to me privately. Oh yes, it's a small tree. Now I understand. So hold on a minute.
It's
let
still
me
a
find
tree.
this.
It's still a tree.
It is still a tree, but there it is. A rather small thing there, and I imagine that is actually a lake in the background and not flooding.
Yeah, it's a lake.
So that was a view from Port St. Lucie there. Have you heard anything from down Fort Myers way?
Not really.
No. I'm sure there will be information. We just need to go and find it. But
I heard that the Sanibel Island Causeway bridge
Yes.
to get to there is completely cut off. Yeah.
That's right. There's a big hole in the Sanibel Island bridge. Just a big chunk. I don't know how long a chunk it was. Must have been about 10 meters or a little bit. Yeah, at max, I think. 10-meter chunk of the bridge just knocked off. Probably a particularly strong wave that found the weakest point of the bridge and just knocked it. So that means that that's the only connection to the island. So there's going to be no road traffic able to get through.
Power is still out.
Yeah.
In most counties. I can send you the image here.
Let's take some comments here as well. Only a couple so far, but start your message with Force 13 all in text. We'll take some. Grammarly Worshipper says, I have a cousin in Sanibel Island evacuated before the causeway collapsed. And Joe B says, can we show the path that Ian took and how far the storm deviated from the original track? That's going to be
That's a good question.
difficult to bring up. The only thing I can consider showing you is the progression of the National Hurricane Center tracks. So I'll let you know. I'll show that in a moment. Chris says, nice name by the way, Chris Cross. Very good. Yes, still widespread outages, especially in Charlotte, Lee, Collier counties. No luck contacting family members down there. I did hear they're trying to bring portable towers there. At least when that happens, we'll be able to get contact. And
Was there any reports for the storm surge down there?
the last I heard yesterday was that it was 7 feet in Fort Myers at least, and I really don't know. If anyone
I
knows,
think it was a lot higher than that.
Oh yeah, it probably was.
It's got to be higher.
But if anyone in the chat has any information from over there, then I guess we can do this collective effort and try and figure it all out. And of course, if any of our team or in our chat section finds any links or anything that we can show on the air, we can just cross over there and take a look. Gaming with Cam says, I seen a live stream in Daytona Beach where there were some windows blown out and trees down. Yeah, near Daytona Beach, a few trees looking like they fell. Some significant ones as well. And one person suggesting 16 to 18 feet in Sanibel Island. I mean, that is what the National Hurricane Center thought the maximums would be, so I guess that's a benchmark that we could sort of say. And Christy says, updates about Port Charlotte, please. I know that there was a big flash flooding concern there as well, and we saw lots of that Interstate 75 last night. Very tough conditions along the road, and I imagine there was quite a bit of flash flooding over there as well. How are the Smitty, do you have power outage information for these particular cities?
Which cities?
Port Charlotte particularly, I personally would like to hear about because potential for power outages.
Probably just that entire Bay Area, that port area.
I think last night we heard
Well,
it was a majority.
Yeah, if you look at the map I've sent you, it's just it's so widespread.
Hold on a
The
minute.
power
You've
outages.
sent me
So
a map.
yeah, they're most likely all out of power, or like 99 or so % is out of power.
There's that power outage map, and it shows those dark colours being the areas that were most out of power. As a matter of fact, it's a small county that's slightly inland. What county is that? Let me try and find out. That appears to have been the worst affected. Is that Hardy County? Yes. Hardy County is the worst affected in terms of proportion. But you can see the Port Charlotte, Fort Myers area, and even all along the west coast up to Tampa Bay has had substantial power outages. But also look further north near Daytona Beach as well. And just if you can help me, what county is that? Is that Flagler
that's
County now?
or-
Oh no, that's further north. It's the one south of there, which is Volusia County. That's where we've had significant problems there as well, looking at that power outage map. I'll tell you the actual numbers in a moment when I get the link up myself, but in the meantime, we'll throw you back to this view from just north of Palm Coast, and this area right now is under a flash flood warning, the only one that's still active in Florida right now. So we are on the lookout for potential flooding issues here. Right,
I've got some damage reports if you want, Nathan.
We'll come to that shortly. I just want to finish off the power outage reports here. So Hardy County right now is about 99% out. Hardy County, that's inland. DeSoto to its south, that's about 95% out, I think. Or just over 90%. Charlotte County is about 90% out. Lee County is nearly 90% out. Highlands County inland, that is about 85% out. Volusia County is about 75% out, or 70%. Collier County is roughly 80% out. Sarasota, that's around 70% out. Manatee County is around 60% out. Hendry County is roughly 60% out as well. Glades is worse. It's about 75-80% out. Okeechobee County is around 60% out. Polk County is around 50% out of power. Seminole is around 60% out, and Flagler is around about 50% out at the moment, or 60%. So those are the worst affected locations that I just read out. And across the entire state so far, we know of around 2.6 million power outages, which constitutes around about 20% of the entire state nearly. And in Georgia, we also have a few power outages there already. Only a small number, around 17,000. I don't know if any or all of that is related to the hurricane or not, but I just thought I would mention that. Ethan?
Supposedly the piers in Fort Myers Beach, unsurprisingly there, but also, really surprisingly, in Naples, both of those piers, which are very iconic for both of those areas, are completely gone now.
Wow. God damn.
Completely.
That's terrible.
Doesn't surprise me that the Fort Myers Beach one is gone, but the Naples one is surprising me a lot.
Man. Start your message with Force 13 all in text. We'll get rid of that bot there. Don't know why we get so many bots. It's not us.
Yeah.
Cassiopeia says, good afternoon, I'm just joining. Good afternoon to you as well. Mag Stewart says, any news on Pine Island, St. James City? That's an area that I think has gotten a lot less mention than it ought to have done, because it is right in the area that would have been worst affected by the storm as well. I imagine it would have been incredible damage there too, I'm afraid, with really high storm surge of potentially up to 18 feet. Extremely strong winds of over 140 miles per hour maybe at worst. And obviously there's going to be no power there, no communications, and probably no water for a fair time as well. Neo Music says, how much damage do you think Ian will end up doing? Well, I don't really want to speculate on that whilst the storm is still active, because there is still areas ahead of it that could still get substantial impacts too. This is expected to make a hurricane-force landfall in South Carolina, even though some of us are wondering whether that might be a forecast that might come true or not. Joe says, I'm in Venice, Florida, and the damage was widespread. No power and no water. That's even in Venice, which You got a pretty hard hit last night into the evening hours when that rain was displaced on the northwestern side and some of those winds. Robert says, how many on our crew are living in Florida? We do have a few, Ethan, that have been in the storm. Most notably Ryan, who was in Northport.
I haven't heard anything from him at all.
I have. I think he sent a few images in earlier, and there was some flooding. I don't think I really saw too much damage, but it wasn't much on that photo. But I saw some flooding. Can't quite remember visualizing that photo now, but we have Ryan down there. Who else do we have? We don't have anyone closer than that, I don't think. But I mean, at least on our phone in here, we've spoken to quite a few people in the Tampa area and Orlando over the last few days, and they've been telling us all about the conditions there as well. And Vapor, who is still with us on the air right now from Port St. Lucie, which is much further down the coast. But looking back at the satellite/radar hybrid imagery right now, and when you get a storm with a structure as somewhat poor as this, you get to have a nice looking view of radar and satellite overlaid at the same time, and you can clearly see the center of the storm rotating east of the National Hurricane Center's forecast cone again, a trend that's been occurring for almost the entire storm track since it left Cuba. Most of the rain on the northwestern side, and a fair way displaced from the center now, Ethan. Indeed, one of our analysts, Alex, was even suggesting that it might already be beginning extratropical transition.
I doubt that.
I don't know, but it's a much larger system right now. The rain is not as close to the center, so it's not the typical cyclone appearance anymore. Obviously, moving over Florida caused that. And fairly soon, we'll have the National Hurricane Center's latest advisory with new information. But for that person who was asking earlier about the history of the storm's track and what it looked like and how the tracks changed, let's see if we can have a look at it. Let me just go and find it from the National Hurricane Center's website and add my own little commentary. So let's see if we can look at this together here. There we go. So there's the National Hurricane Center's cone from advisory number 1. And to be honest with you, that wasn't a bad forecast when you look at advisory number 1. The storm
Wait,
track
that actually looks like perfect.
The storm track fit exactly within the cone. Of course, in the earlier stages, it went west of that cone, passing well to the west of Grand Cayman and moving through western Cuba. But that 5-day forecast point was extremely close to where the storm actually ended up. Then we moved to look at that one. That was even better, I think, with that major hurricane point being right on the money for that 5-day, but less accurate on the 2-day because it had more of a bend. And then it started shifting gradually further towards the west as the storm continued onwards, approaching Cuba. Here it is, near its westernmost extent there, affecting the Big Bend area. And if you look on that cone, not as good a forecast, because when you look within that 3-day period, Cape Coral was right on the very edge of that cone. In fact, possibly just a few millimeters outside of it, but we'll let them off. But after that, and I know the National Hurricane Center had a lot of flack from people who don't fully understand how these situations work, saying that they were wrong and all this. I don't know if any of you guys want to say anything about that. But they did pretty well with their forecasting. As you continue to watch this, that was the big shift eastwards that really got everyone worried, rightly so. And then continually moving eastwards, but particularly after the Cuba. Let's just switch to the 3-day cone because we can get a zoom in at that point. Let's just go back and look at when it was over Cuba and that forecast for that 3-day period. So watch it shift east of that cone, slightly east, and again, and again and again. That time it moved a little bit west at that point when it passed Dry Tortugas, and then it started going east of the cone again, and it continues, and that's where we are now with that last one, with the storm having passed quite a bit east of that next storm point. And when we get the next National Hurricane Advisory, we will see what they say with their new cone. Ethan, just to mention there, any thoughts about the National Hurricane Centre's performance? Any qualms, or what do you think?
I think they've done pretty good given the uncertainty. Obviously, there's going to be some uncertainty with forecasts, and it's just a thing in weather. We never can nail forecasts down to a T. And that's something that, sure, we'd like to perfect, but we never will be able to.
Let's see if we can take a call. Hockey, are you there? Hello?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Hi.
I found out we have one confirmed death from this storm.
Well, we've heard several of those reports. Which one's this?
A 72-year-old man found dead in a canal near his home in Deltona near Daytona Beach.
I think we did hear about that one earlier, or at least it was posted to me, so I think that one did happen. So, of course, we're going to hear a lot of these fatality reports. I know that there was speculation earlier that hundreds were killed in the Fort Myers area or somewhere around there, or Naples, I can't remember, but that turned out not to be the case. It was I think a miscommunication, just that there were hundreds of people who were trapped or not complaining, but reporting water rises. So certainly we're not looking, at least I don't think we're looking at hundreds of fatalities. Certainly that would be a disastrous result, which would be much worse than any recent hurricane in the United States, I think. And I doubt that will be the case when it comes to it, but let's not speculate too much on that. Let's see if we have some more comments right now. Start your message with Force 13 all in text. Christopher says, is Ian pulling dry air out behind it? Is that what's happening, Ethan?
I'd have to look at the water vapor imagery. Just give me one moment.
Thanks for the call, Hockey, by the way.
Where is it? Water vapor here. I can't say on Levi Cowan's website, so let me look at WSV3 imagery. That'll just be just a minute here.
In the meantime, let's see if we can go back to some of the satellite image reviews that we had up yesterday as well. And anytime they might load. Oh no, they're not loaded. That's a shame. Well, there's one. And there's the other.
To answer that dry air question, yeah, lots of dry air.
Right.
Present right now in Ian's vicinity.
When you look at satellite imagery, and I know you can't see it properly there, but it still looks to me as though it might actually be deteriorating still.
Yeah, I could see that.
So we'll be watching with eager eyes to see what the National Hurricane Center come up with at their 2 p.m. advisory. I don't know if I misspoke earlier suggesting it was a full advisory. This was just an intermediate advisory. The next full advisory will be at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, and we'll be able to bring that to you live. In the meantime, we've been looking at a few cameras here and there. Let's see if we can find a camera a little bit further south towards Palm Coast. I'm just looking at all of these cameras. None of them are really showing flash flooding, but there is a flash flood warning in effect for that area on the northern side, particularly of Palm Coast, but also I think the city itself. Let's take a look back at that now. As soon as I can press the right button. There it is. There's another view from Palm Coast along Interstate 95. Clearly rain falling there and inclement conditions, but generally, Ethan, as we look back to radar, it's not looking particularly bad on the radar returns. There's no red areas that are overland right now, which is obviously a good sign. There's quite a bit of orange near Jacksonville and the St. Johns River area, which could be a concern. I remember there was a massive surge with that during Hurricane Matthew. So I don't know how they'll be faring there. And perhaps
I don't think the surge there is going to be that bad. It's still going to be significant. I mean, NHC forecast 2 to 4 feet along the St. Johns River, and from
Well,
the
that's
Flagler
actually-
County line up to Edisto Beach, they forecast 4 to 6. So it's going to be significant, but it's not going to be anything catastrophic like what we've seen down in Fort Myers.
For St. John's River there, that was actually up to 5 feet from what I saw yesterday, so that must have gone down a notch.
Yeah, that's good.
Let's review some of the warnings that are currently in effect whilst we wait another 20 minutes for National Hurricane Center's update, and we'll take some more of your comments. So still the one flash flood, oh no, there's actually 2 now. Or I think there are always 2, I just didn't pick up the other one earlier. Right, so let's just tell you these 2 flash flood warnings. For southeastern St. Johns County, which we were just talking about, flash flood warning until 3:15 p.m. At 11:21, they're reporting water inundating mobile homes near Holmes Boulevard and State Road 207. Between 3 and 7 inches of rain have fallen there. Additional rainfall amounts of 2 to 4 inches are possible in the warned area. And the other one, which is for the area that we're looking at on the road cam, northeastern Flagler County. Public reported heavy rain and flash flooding in Palm Coast near Belterre Parkway. Between 5 and 10 inches of rain have fallen, and they're expecting an additional amount of 2 to 4. So let's see if we can scoot up towards Jacksonville and see if we can take a look at some of the flooding in that area. And that was near in St. Johns County. I'm not the best familiar with these locations, so I'm just trying to find the area that it mentioned. And it's looking pretty wet over there. I'm not seeing any flooding. These are just some of the cameras that I'm looking at, and they won't show everywhere. But from what I'm seeing, I haven't seen any flooding, but of course there's only one.
Yeah. A lot of the flooding is going to be limited to along the I-95 corridor, really up from St. Augustine down to Daytona Beach. That's going to be a lot of our flash flooding areas right now, Nathan. There's only 2 flash flood warnings in effect, though, so that leads me to believe that it's actually not that bad over there. But a lot of the flash flooding problems are going. Yeah. But it's going to take an upturn, if you ask me, tomorrow, because there's a moderate risk of flash flooding pretty much for the whole state of South Carolina.
Damn.
And parts of the Charlotte metro over towards Asheville in North Carolina. So, and we also how the flash flooding was with Florence. Not saying it's going to be like that, but just saying that it could be quite significant.
Yep. So. Once again, that flash flood warning in the Jacksonville area, St. Johns County, near Holmes Boulevard and State Road 207, flooding reported. I'm still actually trying to find out where exactly that is. But I'll keep looking as we look at this webcam, which is Interstate 95, at the intersection with 9B. State Road 9B, is it?
Which camera are you looking at now?
This is a camera that's just northeast of St. John's. And as you can see, quite a wet picture there as well.
That looks like 9B at 295. Am I correct with that?
At 95.
Oh, that's at 95. Oh,
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm familiar with that area, so that's not that bad as far as rainfall goes. I mean, I got some gusty winds, but it's not really that bad. That's maybe 40, 45 miles per hour tops.
Oh, with winds, yeah. fairly weak but widespread tropical storm force winds over this region.
I think that's part of the reason why the NHC's wind graphic on their cone extends all the way down towards Tampa and all the way up towards
Gee.
almost Wilmington, North Carolina. So there's a lot of area that has the potential to gust tropical storm force winds, but that entire area likely isn't going to be tropical storm force winds, though.
I'm trying to find the place where this flooding was reported. I
Do
think
you have a link to the report by chance for me?
Oh, I think I've just found it actually. I think it is near St. Augustine. A report of flooding. So let's see if we can take a look at mile marker 311 on Interstate 95, which is probably going to be closest to that flooding, now that I've got my bearings at last. And so that's a lot further south than the area that we were just looking at, and see what it looks like in this area. This area, I imagine, getting quite a bit more rain. Flash flood warning for this region, and here it is. So there you can see a little bit windier there, it would seem to me, and very slick roads, that's for sure, when you look at the view here. Those trees aren't really moving very much though, but definitely a lot of rain.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the topography of the area. There isn't really any rivers nearby. There is the Matanzas River, I think is how you pronounce it,
Right.
off towards the east. So maybe that has got some flooding issues with it. But overall, in that area along I-95, where that flash flood warning is, not that bad.
Fighter jet
Well,
is telling us downtown St. Augustine has flooded.
Interesting.
Downtown St. Augustine?
Apparently. That's according to one comment.
Interesting.
Christopher says that Hurricane Ian is relentless and persistent. To an extent. I mean, this could have been worse at this point. This could have still been emerging off the coast as a Category 2 hurricane at a worst case.
It looks like that the coastal areas of St. Augustine are flooding right now.
So would that be storm surge then?
It might be.
I
Because
don't know.
the flow of the center does favor storm surge into St. Augustine right now, so that's probably what it is.
Yeah, the onshore winds.
I'll see if I can find some cameras over there. We'll check in on St. Augustine as much as we could possibly get there, and I'll let you know.
But from what I'm seeing here, I know that a lot of people are saying that downtown itself is flooded. I'm not seeing much reports of that at all. I'm more so seeing just the coastal areas.
You're looking at Tropical Storm Ian, which weakened from hurricane status and went down to 65 miles per hour earlier, went back up to 70, and National Hurricane Center still think that it will reach hurricane status again, just to annoy us, and approach the coast of South Carolina and possibly make landfall there. This is Force 13 Live. National Hurricane Center will update in about 10 minutes or less, and we'll see what they have to say. It will be a intermediate advisory, so there will not be a full update, and indeed the forecast cone will not change. All I've got here is a video. I do have a video here. This is St. Augustine looking out over the water right now, and this is quite cropped because I have to deal with this being a full... Actually, let me just see if I can try and get that screen to look a bit better, because there's a lot of cropping in that. I'll bring that back as soon as I can, because we could only literally see the sky.
Yeah, St. Augustine, especially with Matthew, is very prone to flooding. So.
Oh, I remember Matthew well and covering this whole area.
Yeah.
So there's the view here, and you can see the waves there, and it's looking pretty moody. Can't really see much on the ground from that perspective though, but it's the only one I've been able to catch. So we'll look at that for a few moments here. KRZY says, here from Manatee County, Florida, I've found a spot with enough service that describes impact for my area of Florida if you want. About 70 to 80 mile an hour sustained winds at a max with 100 mile an hour gusts, many trees down and exterior fencing and siding damage, and due to the wet soil there are even palm trees knocked down. I suppose that is a valid point actually, that rain inundation can also weaken trees to the winds. But once again, we're looking at St. Augustine live right now, looking out to the eastern side of the coast towards the western Atlantic Ocean, which is where tropical storm Ian is right now. It did lose hurricane status. National Hurricane Center think it will get it back, and we're waiting for that 2 p.m. update, where we'll be able to tell you the latest news. They I think at the end of last night they stopped the hourly updates, and so we are down to the 3 hourly updates that we'll get from the National Hurricane Center. So whilst we're waiting for a few minutes here, Ethan, why don't you talk about goings on in the rest of the world?
Probably the most significant thing that we have right now, besides Ian, is a significant threat in the Eastern Pacific in the form of Tropical Storm Arlene, which looks to be unfortunately trying to rapidly intensify and could become a significant hurricane threat for portions of Mexico. NHC forecasts a Category 2 peak in 72 hours. That's 3 days from now at a 100 mile per hour winds. That's a low end Cat 2. But model guidance is a bit bullish on this, and then suggesting that this could become a major hurricane. Reminds me of Hurricane Pamela from last year. I think that was last year, if I get my bearings correct. But the NHC also does forecast this to be rapidly weakening as it does come into Mexico, so we'll have to wait and see what happens with that. Of course, we'll monitor that situation very closely. And in the Western Pacific, we have... How do you pronounce this name? Kulap?
Oh, Kulap. That's going... That is actually probably the strongest US risk right now, because it's going to hit the Aleutian Islands of Alaska with winds of hurricane force and a pressure down in the 940s tomorrow.
Yeah, didn't they just get pounded by a Merbok, and now they're getting another one?
Hmm.
When's the last time that they got two, back to back?
Oh, I don't know. They get it a lot. That's turned extratropical, but of course the other storm right now, Ethan, further to the southwest near Japan.
Yeah, help me out with this pronunciation of this one. Is it Roke? That's how I've always pronounced it, or is it Roki?
I'm pretty sure it's Roke. R-O-K-E. Typhoon Roki. Our team put it as a Category 2 peak not long ago, and it must have weakened since then, though.
Yeah, it blew up overnight, really rapidly intensified, and now it's starting to weaken, I believe, under strong wind shear. I can check if the wind shear is getting to this. Let's have a look. Oh yeah. Yeah, right. Shear is going to take a significant rise up to 35 knots in the next 24 hours. So, weakening for that one, going to stay offshore. Really, as far as Western Pacific typhoons go, it's pretty small, actually.
So for those wondering about what's going on in the rest of the world, that's your quick flash update there. And I imagine we'll be returning to the normalcy of tropical weather bulletins for the whole world fairly soon on the Force 13 channel after Ian finishes. Let's go back to another webcam right now here in St. Augustine, and you can view how it looks there. Now, I'm not familiar with St. Augustine myself. I'm familiar with other parts of Florida, but this must be over one of the main rivers.
Oh, that's the Lions Bridge.
Bridge of Lions.
Pretty familiar with. Ridge Alliance, something like that. I'm pretty familiar with St. Augustine. I have family that lives there, so.
So that's right near the coast. I'm just looking at a map now. And so you can see pretty choppy waters there. I don't know how that compares to normal, but blustery conditions, heavy rainfall, quite windy. That's the view out of St. Augustine right now. And we'll stick with...
Updates out from the National Hurricane Center, winds of 70 miles per hour, 987 millibars. I don't think that's changed
Nope.
from earlier. Nope, no change. They say Ian forecast to produce life-threatening flooding, storm surge, and strong winds across portions of Florida, Georgia, and the Carolinas. Changes to watches and warnings with this advisory. The tropical storm warning has been discontinued from Jupiter Inlet to Vero Beach.
Yeah, so continuing northwards with those warnings. We'll stick with this camera for a little while. This is how it looks at St. Augustine right now, if you've just joined us on Force 13 Live. It is 70 miles per hour, Tropical Storm Ian, which is indeed no longer a hurricane. But for how long? The National Hurricane Center are still expecting this storm to re-strengthen and peak as a Category 1 hurricane before making landfall in South Carolina. And they expect 75 mile per hour winds. I sure hope that doesn't happen. We could do with Ian not doing anything crazy anymore. We'd like it to die off, please. But as we continue to monitor where the center of the storm is, still looking quite clear that the center is moving east of the cone. Probably a position estimate there, I would say, looking at that center of rotation. So what do you reckon the implications are of an eastward shift still in the cone, Ethan? Would it be better or worse for land areas?
I think that hard to say exactly, but I don't think that it's going to change the impacts very much because models are actually very closely solved on a forecasted landfall in South Carolina. Of course, the NHC are looking at the 12Z model track guidance. They are on the western side of it, but most do bring it into the South Carolina coast. But where exactly, that we can't say. Just looking at like a rough landfall spot that could be happening. Charleston looks to be the landfall spot, to be honest, or maybe points just northeast of there. So Charleston might be that landfall spot as a hurricane. Of course, Charleston itself isn't even guaranteed to get hurricane force winds because the system is going to be quite large, and the NHC do state that the strongest winds could extend well beyond the center. So that's certainly interesting. We've actually got some breaking news. National Hurricane Center have marked a new area of interest in the Atlantic.
God.
A tropical wave moving off the west coast of Africa is producing a broad area of showers and thunderstorms.
That one, yes.
Conditions appear generally conducive for gradual development of the system through early next week as it moves westward to west-northwestward into the eastern tropical Atlantic.
I marked that one on my personal charts this morning as well.
0% chance of formation in the next 2 days, though 30% in the next 5 days.
Nice. I went 30% too, so good agreement there between myself and the National Hurricane Center. 30% chance for a new area of interest. Now, I don't want to panic anyone, so let's just say it right now. Models expect that that storm will stay out to sea.
Yep.
And speaking of which, let's take a look properly at those models. We may as well now, and take a look at first of all, the GFS and what it predicts for Tropical Storm Ian. It initializes it at 986, or is it 988? I think it's 988 there actually. So very close to the storm's current intensity. And shooting it northwards. Pressure there around 980 at landfall, and it's just a tad east of Charleston. And then inland, and you can see its influence continuing to get spread out and contorted apart. But The low pressure system survives as a low pressure system until West Virginia.
Yeah, I think this might do something like that.
Euro model initializes the storm at 991, which is quite a bit higher. And what is that? It stalls off the coast and then it gets tugged northwards and makes a 979 landfall pretty much directly over Charleston and moving inland, and the low pressure survives just about into Virginia. Interesting. Good agreement on those two. The CMC, at least for the final landfall, the CMC initializes a storm at 994 and has it strengthening to 989. So I guess if you extrapolate that, that might be a Category 1 landfall maybe, but a very scruffy one when you look at that rain profile. Landfall a little bit further east. Where exactly is that as a landfall location? Just to let people know, that is... I'm sure it'll have
Maybe
a name.
Georgetown.
Yeah, not far from Georgetown. I imagine that cape must have a name, but I can't see what it's called.
But it's worth noting that I think the wind field of Ian is forecast to grow in size. Let me just have a look at this. Hard to say.
CMC
But
has
I
the low
think-
pressure surviving into Virginia just about.
But I think that Ian as a whole is going to get to grow in size, which will deepen the pressure down even further. So you can have like a typical pressure of a high end Cat 1, low end Cat 2, although it might have hurricane force winds like low end hurricane force winds.
So actually, we're only seeing the pressure deepen by 10 millibars or less according to these models, which suggests that it would barely be a hurricane if one at all. So hopefully not. NavGem model has landfall just east of Charleston at 985 and then moves inland once again. Low pressure system dies off over western North Carolina. The Icon initializes the storm at 992. This is the one that was constantly going east of forecast and was being proved right all the time. It has now stopped going east and is also calling for a landfall over Charleston at 977 and dying off over North Carolina. Let's check the mesoscale models. The messy NAM 3 kilometer, although it has behaved a little bit better now. The storm is over land and it is calling for a peak of 970 and a landfall of 974 and quickly weakening after that. South side looking to be bare pretty much the whole time there. And landfall location, once again, Charleston, and moving inland and over North Carolina and possibly making it into West Virginia. And the HRRR model, we'll have to go back to an older run here. There it is. Pretty much taking the same track, but look how bare the southern side of the storm is. That's a pretty crazy setup for a hurricane, or at least a tropical storm. Let's just check the hurricane models, the HWRF, and it calls for a 977 landfall. I'm trying to figure out, is that Charleston again? Yes, it really is Charleston again. They're all saying that. And the HMON going with 984, and that's further east near Georgetown. So that's where that one ends up, 984. I'm moving up the coast. So interesting to see what all of those different models are saying there. But generally, the consensus is Charleston, 100% by the looks of that on the models. What do you think, Ethan? Do you think they'll get... do you think it will be a difficult one for Charleston?
Oh, he left.
Oh, he's gone.
He's gone. He's completely gone.
I'm here talking
He's
to
not even in the
myself
call
here.
anymore.
Wow.
I just noticed that. I was watching the stream the entire time.
Great. Anyways, let's dear. Cross back to some of the imagery in St. Augustine right now. This is how it's looking. A little bit bumpy. Some of those boats rocking and rolling in the distance. Visibility looks like it's improved slightly. This part of the coast, a few oranges still creeping in, but most of the really bad stuff is still off the coast, although some of it might start to creep inland again near Daytona Beach fairly soon. We'll keep watching. But flash flooding is what some people are reporting in St. Augustine downtown right now. So
If you turn the camera around, like pan the camera around, you might be able to see some of downtown.
well, I can't control the camera.
Oh, you can't? Okay.
No. Let's see if we've got some more comments here. Do we... Oh, Emra says, did Ian reach the Category 5 status at the latest frame before it slammed Fort Myers? What do you think, Vapor?
Probably not. I don't think so. But it was very close.
I'm still trending
It's
towards
definitely gonna
no
be a
as well,
discussion.
but...
It's going to be up for discussion at the end.
And I've still not been in receipt of all of the info and data, so I'm still got an open mind, but right now I'm still leaning towards no. Dingcat says, do you think Ian will strike the Carolinas as a hurricane or weaken again just before it makes landfall as a strong tropical storm? It's going to be a 50-50, I think, a really close call to see just which side it will end up. And it's a lot of spam comments today for some reason. But there we have it. If
You need some more active YouTube moderators.
well, no, I think they're just all crashed out after what happened yesterday. I mean, there's only us here in the studio. I mean, it's just like everyone is just gone. They're all hibernating now, probably for the next 3 weeks. And I can't blame them for that. You know, a lot of our team put a huge amount of effort into this storm coverage. And here we are. It's still continuing. But joining us now in our studio, David Tones. Good morning to you over there in Australia, one of our worldwide trackers. And you've been transfixed just as much as anyone else with Ian. It's always very useful to have people on the other side of the world who can often cover the nighttime hours when necessary. David,
that
welcome.
is very true, and I'm back again. Early morning. It's just after 4 a.m.
Blimey.
and Channel 7 National Breakfast Show, Sunrise, very, very popular breakfast show, 7 days a week. Had a team over in the Florida region, and I highlighted, or I referred to a rescue. They must have been doing a live feed, Nathan, and news story, and the cameraman actually put the camera down on the road and went and helped rescue. I think it's a party of 3 involving a child. The wind was really picking up, so that caught my eye yesterday. But I don't think emergency services have been able to get into some of the places, and Nathan, it looks like the bomb has dropped down completely flat in the area.
Gee.
So the cleanup is going to be massive. We had, I think it was over 2 million without electricity, but I totally agree with your comment about Ian. We know that he's a tropical storm. I put out a video before I called it a night last
Yeah.
night, and I was a little bit confused with probably the paragraph, or not even the paragraph of what the NHC was saying. There was supposed to be a hurricane watch, but I had to read through the discussion, and people in South Carolina, Georgia, and I think North Carolina, you've got to be prepared. We've seen Ian fight the odds and the wind shear, and I was still following Ian. The total.
Gotta say, right now,
cost.
it looks dreadful on satellite.
Yes, well, as I just said, I haven't had a chance because I just got up.
Sure.
And I.
But I'm telling you,
I'll
it
have
looks pretty poor on satellite. And radar, you know, it's not that great on radar either. When you look at it, the whole southern side is bereft of any significant rainfall, really. The western side, of course, still could produce some of those really deep red colors that you can see on that imagery, and some of that might be channeling towards Palm Coast, Daytona Beach. Palm Coast there you can see getting some orange areas, and St. Augustine possibly as well, getting some more rainfall. So we are concerned about storm surge and for the possible flash flooding. There are a couple of flash flood warnings, but generally it's not looking that bad for the coast of Florida just right now. Now, Mona of Lovely says that the International Space Station is about to pass over the storm, so I've grabbed it and we can take a look at it. And this is the live view from the International Space Station right now. I'm not sure if this is Ian. I don't think it is.
It is.
What is that?
Oh, God.
So there you can see something, but I'm pretty sure that is not Ian. I think that's just another cloud mass. The space station is on its way to capturing Ian. I think that is actually a blob in the eastern Pacific still that has got a little bit of a hook around it. I think it almost did a jump scare there that people thought it was an eye. But I think it's still yet to move across the Yucatan and all of that before entering the Gulf of Mexico. So we'll keep watching that. And then the International Space Station will eventually be passing over Ian. There's the coastline now. That's Central America, I'm pretty sure. So it'll cross over there and then through the Western Caribbean, basically following Ian's path up to where it is right now. And I believe, looking at the track of the space station, it should pass directly over the storm. So we should get a decent look at what Ian looks like right now.
And unfortunately, they've only got the one camera operational.
Well, at least it's the better camera.
Yes, but and coming up, and what's the latest Ian?
Well, as you said, it is down to a tropical storm, 70 mile per hour winds. It's still just off hurricane status. I'm hoping that you'll be able to... Oh dear, I can't speak. I'm hoping you'll be able to help us a lot on our stream today, David, with finding information about what happened near Ground Zero, because we're still not getting much in terms of reports or images or anything like that from Fort Myers, Cape Coral. You obviously know from a few images what happened, massive storm surges, but I guess we're still not fully sure of the extent of damage yet, and obviously we're still going to find out more about fatalities and all of that. Here is the eastern coast of the Yucatan Peninsula as the space station continues to fly over. I always say fly, we always say that in our vernacular, but it actually doesn't fly at all, it floats. But shortly it will be passing over the Florida Peninsula and you may even get to see maybe some aerial shots of what it looks like down near the Fort Myers Cape Coral area. So I guess you'll get your first sighting of what that area looks like. There's the island of Cozumel, and eventually it will fly up through, I just did it again, but pass over the Florida Peninsula. I think they might have still quite a lot of low cloud cover, so I don't know if we will see the ground. But we'll just leave this running here. It's moving towards the Gulf now. And I think that down at the bottom of the screen is the western tip of Cuba, which of course was also impacted by the storm. You see all those brighter colours. That might be signs of debris off the coast. We often see that when we get hurricane impacts. Especially when it's got more of kind of a brown coloration. Sometimes it's hard to tell, of course, when it mixes in with the blue. It can sometimes look like very shallow water, but quite often it can be debris. And we're literally following the track of Ian as it moved onwards towards the Florida Peninsula, and more cloud appearing here, and a few lighter blue colours there. And this is now the edge of Tropical Storm Ian. Really low cloud cover on the south side, and interesting viewpoints there. That's probably the Florida Keys. And now on the right hand side we can see something else. I think that might be the Everglades. The Everglades coast, and yes, up towards Naples and Cape Coral on the left coast there, right near the top of the screen. That's the area that will have been affected most by the storm. You can't really see much. I would probably say there's been quite a lot of flooding up there from what I can see, but it's difficult to tell on these images. And it's stopped. You can't do that. Let's try and reload that quickly.
I'm recording it, so. But
yeah, there's some more pictures now as we're moving off towards. In fact, I think that might be. Is that the center? Oh no, that's a little bit south of the center. I think the center is right on the top edge of the image there, possibly. Struggling. I'm not sure. We might. I don't know if that was the center or not, but it was very close to the center of Ian. And these are its bands protruding from its eastern side. And eventually it's going to run up probably the US East Coast, this camera. And all of the cloud cover associated with Ian. And a very large cloud cover region that it is. In fact, if you look at global images, and I might be able to show this at a future time, there's a big long tail of Ian that stretches from, well, Cuba, but from the center of the storm all the way up the US East Coast, all the way off Atlantic Canada and over eastern Newfoundland, all the way across the Atlantic, and all the way to the northern part of the British Isles, actually seeing some significant cloud cover on the front end of that massive frontal system that picked up Ian at the tail end. And that front already moving through Western Europe and Northern Europe and Iceland. So an extremely large influence that this storm has, or the storm that it's connected to, with the worst part of it at the south end. So there we go. That was the International Space Station.
And I pick up on your point about the tail. I noticed that a couple of days ago when the space station was flying over Ian, and viewers, we do have a videotape of Ian
Videotape.
on
Fantastic.
the videotape.
Tape is old school, folks.
Video. Oh, jeez.
Go on.
Videotape.
You got video where?
On our main channel, the ISS flying over.
Oh, right.
But it is. It's not good news from Florida. Lee County Sheriff is not happy, understandable, what he has seen. The officials in Southwest Florida have begun surveying the damage left behind by Hurricane Ian. The Lee County Sheriff's Office shared an aerial video on Thursday showing the devastating aftermath of the hurricane. We're devastated. Our hearts go out to every resident who is impacted. The Lee County Sheriff's Office is mobile and will stop at nothing to help residents. The Sheriff's Office stated in their Facebook post, "We'll get through this together. We are one community and we will overcome this tragedy." According to the Sheriff's Office, roads remain dangerous after the hurricane passed. Debris, fallen trees, down power lines will be on the road. Many traffic lights are out. Residents are being urged to avoid travelling unless absolutely necessary.
We actually have that
And-
video that you're talking about now from
Right.
aerial views. This is what it looks like down on the ground right now in these areas. This is Lee County, and that is the Lee County Sheriff's Office video. Look at some of that destruction that we can see there.
I think earlier I saw a video of a house burning down or something
Yes.
in Fort Myers.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we'll leave
Ground
this
zero,
playing
Nathan.
for a little bit, and you can see some of that road damage. That's a road that's just been completely destroyed. I'm not sure which road that was, but certainly looks like a significant one. That may well have been the road to Sanibel Island, actually.
Yes. I'm just looking at an image and the bridge, and it looks like the bridge is gone, or there's definitely a break in the.
So as you can see, and thanks for bringing that up so I could actually find this video showing the extraordinary damage that has been received in some of these areas. This is video from this morning, looking across this entire area around Fort Myers and Cape Coral. You may recognize some of those locations. We'll just play that again so we can show you everything that's going on. Look there, an active fire that was engulfing a house there, probably the one that you were talking about, as we just look through all of those images again. Really crazy views there from the Lee County Sheriff's Office.
And Nathan, the causeway to the Sanibel
There it is, yeah.
Island, it's been eaten away, so. But the storm surge was phenomenal.
Yeah, and it's not just broken in one place, it's broken in many places, most of those on the shore. So that will take a lot of rebuilding for that bridge. We're joined by Alfiria, and I don't know if you've got any comments about the damage down south, but I know you're going to give us your perspective from eastern Georgia about what we might be seeing up ahead, but what's on your mind right now?
Of course, thoughts and prayers to everyone who has been affected by this. In South Florida, we have seen probably one of the biggest concerns, especially, is Cape Coral, however you pronounce it.
Coral.
And I did see.
Yeah, go
Cape
ahead.
Coral. And one of the bigger things that I saw was just, I haven't been seeing, I mean, images have been coming in steadily now that the storm has passed on. But the threat still isn't over for that area. The NHC has, this thing's tropical storm force wind field is massive. You know, it spans almost 10 degrees in latitude. It's mesmerizing, to say the least, at least in regards to the raw power of this, even after it's made landfall. What I am very concerned about, you know, this is going to be expected to re-strengthen into a hurricane, make landfall in South Carolina, but this is still going to be bringing impacts up and down into portions of the Mid-Atlantic, portions of Virginia under a tropical storm warning because of how large this wind field is. So, of course, I am thankful, at least for me, that this has shifted further towards the east again. That's kind of a trend with this, is that it keeps going further east than we want it to. Less impacts to me, but I know that brings more impacts to people in the Carolinas and Virginia. So,
we're still tussling with this question of storm, like severe kind of weather activity when the storm makes landfall, and tornadoes and all of that. There still seems to be a little bit of disagreement within our community and team on whether there'll be lots of impacts from potential tornadoes or very few. And you were vocal about that as well yesterday. Has your thoughts changed at all on that?
the potential is there, but this is not going to be the main threat. Don't put too much focus on the tornadoes. I know that they're sexy and they're nice to look at, but the main impacts from this is going to be 4 to 6 feet of storm surge in portions of Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, and flooding that comes with it. You still have a moderate risk for excessive rainfall in place tomorrow for most of South Carolina. It's one of those things to where people really kind of need to evaluate what your main threat is, because I feel like if people are going to put too much emphasis on the tornadoes, we're going to forget the fact that this is a tropical cyclone at the end of the day. Tornadoes are never the primary threat until it becomes post-tropical.
And looking at it now, it looks pretty poor when you look at satellite imagery. It's got a pretty, a wide open southern side and southeastern side. Do you think it will reach hurricane status again?
I mean, I've seen worse looking Category 1 hurricanes.
That's a thought.
You know, I don't know how to say it, because its satellite presentation reminds me of a couple storms that were, you know, that were around this latitude around this time of year. I mean, I think if dry air gets into it, there's going to be a problem, but I don't really see any dry air unless if I'm, you know...
Well, I was told before that's all dry air on the south side.
All dry air? Oh, God. Yeah, there's some dry air trying to reach into it, but to its northern area, yeah, you have plenty of moist air. It's just this, you know, it's on the backside of a stalled cold front, so...
I just want to ask Nathan, is there a hurricane warning current?
Yes, hurricane warning. Alright, if those of you who haven't seen this yet, there is a hurricane warning, and that is in effect for Savannah River to Little River Inlet. And you can see there it is for virtually all of South Carolina, and that was issued earlier this morning.
Right, so there is one, because as I mentioned when I came on, I looked at the discussion, Hurricane Watch, but I didn't see what area. But what I'm looking at is, let's say, south or southwest Wilmington, Myrtle Beach is in the, hurricane warning? Charleston,
Myrtle
Beaufort.
Beach, yeah, just about, yep.
So, But this, and Nathan, you said 50-50 hurricane. So, are they doing 3-hourly
Yep,
updates
that's
or
the.
hourly updates?
Oh no, they're not doing hourly updates anymore. They've dropped
Three
back to
hourly,
the
right.
3-hour updates. Yeah, Alfiria, of course, we know you here well from your time with Force 13. Is there
Yes.
anything else you wanted to talk about here?
Well, I mean, I could talk about just exactly what this is going to bring impacts to, at least here. Forecast is shifted further to the east, like I said, so residents in eastern Georgia, our main threat's going to be today into tomorrow, and then, of course, Saturday into Sunday, of course, with any lingering wind gusts right now. There's a wind advisory for the entire state of Georgia right now, in preparation for this. There are... And, of course, the tropical storm warning doesn't get further east than Augusta, at least in my area, so... I mean, it's just... This thing still wants to put up a fight, so...
I'll say.
I agree. And I've noticed the tropical storm watch area, tropical storm warning area, which is bigger than the storm watch area. I'm just looking at the graphic. But people, Savannah, Beaufort, Charleston, Myrtle Beach, preparations, because the NHC, it said it may come back as a hurricane.
Well, they're expecting it. It's going to be a close one, I think. There's not going to be any... Well, at least we don't think there's going to be any more rapid intensification or anything like that. I mean, we certainly don't think so with a storm being that size. Ian better not do anything silly like that. That would be awful. I would hate that. Alfiria?
Well,
By Sunday, they are expecting this to become post-tropical.
Yeah, gradually making that transition eventually.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining
Yeah,
us.
It's no problem.
Not at all. So that was Alfiria in eastern Georgia, ahead of Tropical Storm Ian, which is still a borderline hurricane right now. Jane says, St. Augustine News posted the flooding on the bay front, boats floating up against the bay front and Bridge of Lions. This is another view, and I believe this was St. Augustine, yep, looking out towards the water with the surf crashing in from substantial waves, and you can see some of it along the walkway on that embankment there. And the pier, of course, still out there as well. I'm hopeful that that pier should still survive, unlike the ones that we heard this morning. Apparently Fort Myers Pier and Naples Pier is gone, which is pretty dreadful.
Was that the one that we were looking at yesterday, the Fort Myers one? The Fort Myers Pier?
Yes, where the people were being dumb.
Yep, and that's already gone.
Yeah,
The
that's
crowd's
gone.
within less than 24 hours of people standing on it.
Oh yeah, maybe, I mean, could have been sooner than that. We just don't know when it exactly when it went. But there we go. This is St. Augustine, looking out towards the east, and significant waves and precipitation no doubt there. Soon we might be able to take a look at some more of the traffic cameras, but let's just recap the latest warnings that are currently in effect from the most urgent first. Flash flood warnings right now. There are two. At 11:21, Jacksonville issued a flash flood warning for southeastern St. Johns County and northeastern Florida. At 11:21, emergency management reported water inundating mobile homes near Holmes Boulevard and State Road 207. The combination of rainfall and surge is causing flash flooding in the warned area. Between 3 and 7 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of 2 to 4 inches are possible, and that's until 3:15 p.m. And I've just turned it off. The other one at 12:14, they issued a flash flood warning for northeastern Flagler County until 3:15. The public reported heavy rain and flash flooding in Palm Coast near Belterre Parkway. Between 5 and 10 inches of rain have fallen there. Additional rainfall amounts of 2 to 4 inches are possible in the warned area, and that flash flooding is ongoing. Turn around, don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. And some other flood warnings. Some normal flood warnings, if I could call it that. St. John's River near Sanford affecting Seminole County. There's a flood warning there. Minor flooding forecast for the St. John's River near Sanford. St. John's River near Astor affecting Lake and Volusia counties, expecting major flooding. The river stage right now is 3.9 feet, and they're expected to rise to the crest of 4.6 feet just after midnight tonight. Flood stage is 2.3. At 10:32, they issued one for St. John's River near Deland, affecting Lake and Volusia counties. Currently at 4.3 feet, and they're expecting a rise to 5.6 feet. Flood stage is 4.0. St. John's River, including above Lake Harney, major flooding is forecast. Shingle Creek at Campbell, Little Wekiva River at Altamonte Springs, affecting Seminole County. Loads of other rivers. Manatee River at Rye Bridge, Manatee River near Mayaka Head, Alafia River at Lithia, Alafia River at Riverview, Little Manatee River at Wimamwa, Mayaka River at Mayaka River State Park, Peace River at Zopho Springs, Peace River at Arcadia, Peace River at Bartow, Horse Creek near Arcadia. Flood warning cancelled for Withlacoochee at US 301, and Hillsborough River near Hillsborough River State Park, and at Cypress Creek at SR 54 Worthington Gardens. So a few cancellations there, but lots of flood warnings. That's just a small selection of those current warnings right now. So serious flooding threats continuing with the influence of Hurricane Ian right now.
And from sorry Nathan, from what I've seen, that it doesn't make me feel good, and it's going to be a anxious time for everybody, especially those that live outside of Florida, because especially the southern region of Florida, the storm surge has just flattened everything, and we know that Causeway to the island, and the power of the sea being helped by hurricane, but people up in the watch area, you've got to be prepared. And one thing that I have to highlight is you've got to be prepared. You've got to secure any outdoor objects. Make sure that gutters are free of debris. But any outside object can become a missile. And hurricane force, tropical storm force winds, the NHC is saying, up to 70 miles per hour. But you can't take your eyes off the Savannah right up. Charleston, you've got to be prepared.
Let's see if we can talk to some more callers right now. Brad, if you're ready, you're on the air.
All right, so is there like a chance for Ian to intensify further than a Category 1 hurricane, or is it just going to be like a Category 1 only?
I'm terrified to make a prediction when we've seen what Ian's already done, when we weren't expecting it to strengthen before landfall very much, and then it did. One or two models used to predict maybe a category 2, the Icon most notably, but out of all the computer models right now, none of them are forecasting this storm to get much stronger. So I would really say a low to mid category 1 would be the most, but Ian might just do an Ian on us, but at least on this occasion, compared to the last time we were wrong about that, some of the models did still have strengthening, so at least this time none of the models have it, so it really is very, very unlikely that we'll see much more strengthening than what it is already.
So, sea surface temperatures are still looking fairly decent, 29 degrees. When it gets up to the Carolinas, it drops down significantly to around 28, but it's not even significant at all, but it is still good enough to support tropical storms.
Yeah, I mean, this storm has major structural issues now. It's so far away from having an eyeball anymore. I think it will take the rest of its life trying to get one back, and I think it will fail. So on that basis, the storm's intensification rate, as well as its maximum intensity, is significantly limited. And I think what might end up happening is the storm might not actually strengthen, but maybe its movement speed will increase. And as we know, with a movement speed increase, on the fastest, the winds are blowing from south to north on the eastern side, those will be the areas that get the stronger winds. And a little bit extra forward movement will just add some more miles per hour onto that and make it a Category 1 hurricane.
About the Artemis 1 mission, there was
Okay.
like a small 70-minute launch window that was like running for that was like trying to prepare the launch for September 27th. Is the launch pad or like the launch itself delayed again, or is it going to be taking place in early October as planned?
I have no idea about that kind of stuff. I don't know if anyone else in
No.
here knows.
Nathan,
It probably will get delayed, I would say.
is that being launched at Cape Canaveral?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cited a report. Officials are checking the the site. So at this stage, I would go out on a limb and say it will be delayed.
I would think so. So there we have it.
Did Ian break any other records apart from storm surges in western Florida?
Well, at 155 miles an hour, if that's going to be the landfall intensity, that will be the strongest landfall for the west coast of Florida. Obviously not
Unless we cut
counting.
the panhandle.
Yeah, not counting the panhandle. But
Panhandle had Michael in 2018 hitting as a Category 5.
yep, and that probably is the strongest one for western Florida.
Flash flooding looks particularly terrifying because it includes most of South Carolina in the moderate risk.
Right. Yeah, I imagine there's going to be significant concerns for flooding over there. Thanks for your call, Brad. Let's see if we can bring in one of our other regular presenters in recent events. Tim, you're now with us, and I'm going to take the liberty here to just go away for a few moments to sort a couple of things out whilst you tell us what your thoughts are on the storm as you look at it today.
Nathan, and so far, just looking at it structurally, it does look very disorganized. I know I've been keeping an eye on it over on our U.S. channel as it's been coming offshore. The core of the storm's been holding together fairly well. The circulation still has been fairly visible on the Melbourne radar most of the day. It is obviously now offshore, and it does look like it is trying to get its act together. That core is still holding together pretty well. Still could see maybe a little bit of an inner eyewall still on the radar. But I was looking at some of the photos that have come out of the Fort Myers area, and it looks like a complete war zone has gone through that area. And this is not something we'd like to see after a tropical cyclone comes through, especially a high-end Category 4, with some reports of 12, 14 feet of storm surge being accompanied with it. This is the gritty part of the reporting that we don't like to do. Obviously, we try to do our forecasting as much as we can, and then we're kind of in that wait and see and pray mode as to how bad the impacts are. And this is the side of it that we normally don't touch on that much, is actually looking at the after effects, seeing what is happening on the ground after one of these destructive storms goes through. But
sorry, welcome. Good to hear you. Viewers, Tim is in the South Carolina area, and yesterday I mentioned that the state governor have, or the three of them have issued a state of emergency. So, Tim, with you there in Southern Carolina, and picking up on your point about Ian being off the coast, Christian, how far off the coast is it, and what preparations are being done up in your area, and even up, what is it, Charleston, Wilmington? And when I look at Wilmington, I can remember that the hurricane that whipped the flag at the
Florence.
Yeah,
and David, you keep getting me confused on the state that I'm in. I'm in North Carolina.
North Carolina. Apology. Well,
to answer your question, David, Ian coming through this area as a hurricane would probably be the biggest threat that has come through this area since maybe Dorian, which has been about 3 years ago. Granted, the Carolinas got the western side of the system. It did bring some heavy rain and tropical storm force conditions along the east coast of the Carolinas. So right now, the way the track is looking is, and I haven't looked at the NHC cone yet today, but if I'm looking
here.
at it, okay, yeah, I was actually getting ready to pull that up.
Hurricane landfall.
So right now, the current track looks like it would take it right into Charleston, which Charleston is definitely well versed in hurricanes. This area has been hit by Hugo back in 1989. It's been hit by Floyd in 1999. Had some impacts from Fran back in 1996. Isabel 2003. It's had Bonnie. It's had Danny. So this area is pretty versed in tropical cyclone impacts and preparation. And I am pretty sure the state and local governments are doing everything they can to get ready for this storm. As for North Carolina, obviously the impacts could be felt once it gets past the South Carolina area and maybe further inland. Just looking at the cone specifically, if it does hold its track, you're probably looking up towards, once you get past Charleston for a potential landfall area, then you've got Columbia, Florence, up towards Charlotte, Asheville, maybe even towards Knoxville, Tennessee could get some impacts, up towards Johnson City. So all of these areas, you need to be getting your flood preparations completed well inland. If I'm in Charleston, I would be battening down the hatches for at least a minimal hurricane at the very least.
We're just looking at more images of the storm damage that just went by there. That was on the approach to Sanibel Island. So More
It's
images
not
that
good.
we're seeing from various places on the impacts of the storm and what it's left behind. Incredible damage, as we can see in some of those areas. This
And
is
there's, sorry Nathan, I saw one photo of boats in that river in the Florida region completely up against. It's just, well, somebody made a comment about the tsunami, the water, and it is so heartbreaking for people that evacuated and a lot didn't, but some areas have just been completely flattened, and it's going to take, well, we don't know how long. People might not even go back to Florida.
Dunno.
One thing,
It really depends, David. If people evacuated areas west of Orlando, down towards Winter Haven, obviously down into Port Charlotte and the Fort Myers area, if they're able to make it back, because there's probably still roads blocked off from debris, trees that have been blown over. So that's the first logistical challenge, is being able to get into these areas in the first place. There had been a few reports that the causeway leading to Sanibel Island was either damaged or has been knocked out. So they've got to get at least some logistical route established to get down into these areas first and foremost before any kind of recovery efforts can start.
We continue to look at more images here, this time from the Manatee Sheriff. So these pictures are near Miyaka, I believe. And a tree fallen
there's a
there
good
on
example.
that last image.
Yeah, that's a good example there, Nathan. If you got trees like that across the roads, it's going to make it very difficult to be able to navigate down into these areas. That's got to be cleared before they can get any kind of heavy machinery or equipment down into these areas to start getting things cleaned up.
Yes, not seeing much else though, apart from those that we've seen. Obviously, we know what kind of damage will have happened, but apart from those few views, there was not a big flurry of videos coming in. But just to show you once again that video from the Lee County Sheriff's Office, which is, I think, is the most eye-opening one so far. This is of the Cape Coral and Fort Myers region that have been extraordinarily affected by this storm. I imagine this view here is along Fort Myers beach.
Oh, jeez.
With all
it's
of these
not
buildings.
good, Tim. It's
No,
heartbreaking to view.
Now, some of the structures that we are seeing there, those probably were ones that were built after Andrew came through, so they were under the stricter building codes. I know we looked at that a few days ago when we had that graphic up of what the building codes are for in terms of wind speeds that buildings are required to be able to sustain, and looks like some of those buildings that are still standing were built to that code. Others, which were much older, probably unfortunately were not built to code, so a lot of them have seen some very heavy damage. Some of them are probably not salvageable.
And to be fair, a lot of these houses here, even though they've been flooded out, the yards, they do look decent, well constructed clearly, because they're still standing up against what must have been an incredibly high storm surge.
Yeah, that's part of those building codes that that the Florida State Government and Building Commission implemented after Andrew. So, I mean, the buildings are a lot more resilient, but obviously that storm surge has probably gotten into these buildings, has really waterlogged a lot of things. So the setting of mold is going to be the bigger issue, especially with the heat and humidity down in these areas. So right now it is really a race against the clock to be able to get down to these areas and get them all cleaned up. It's going to take easily months before this area is going to see some kind of resemblance of normalcy, if you can even call it that.
Should also mention that the Skyway Bridge was reopened around about 1 hour ago.
All right, so that's going to be another avenue for them to get down there, start getting some relief efforts in there.
And here were some pictures as well that we can look at from Bradenton area. You can see there a fallen tree and lots of tree debris. Here's another view. As you can see, lots of carnage across the road. And another shot there, a full tree branch or a couple of branches there just snapped off from the top and littering the ground. That is in Bradenton, which is obviously much further north, closer to Tampa. And we're seeing damage pictures and all kinds of things from all of these areas. We still are looking at a few live cameras right now. Here is the view once again from St. Augustine, which was viewers were reporting flooding there earlier. I'm not sure what the situation is now. There are currently 2 flash flood warnings if you missed it earlier. Those are still in effect until 3:15, and these are for southeastern St. Johns County. And also for northeastern Flagler County in northeastern Florida. So flash flood warnings in effect there, but in general, Tim, as you look at the radar pictures, the worst of the storm is well out at sea, those red areas, and it looks to me as though actually the rainfall is receding a little bit more now in the interior parts of northeastern Florida, and hopefully it's being dealt a fair hand on the Jacksonville area and up the eastern coast of Florida. Conditions aren't looking quite so bad.
Yeah, just take a look at the radar, Nathan. Right now, the last little edges of Ian are getting ready to come through Kissimmee here real shortly. Orlando still getting a few showers. Palm Bay, Melbourne still getting a few showers from the back edge of Ian. Probably St. Augustine up towards Palm Coast, Ponte Verde over towards Jacksonville. Still probably dealing with some blustery conditions right now. Even up into the Brunswick, Georgia area. Getting a little bit of the shower reaction there. But probably about another 6 or 7 hours, this is going to be completely offshore. And then the next area we got to look at is going to be right around the Savannah, Beaufort, Seabrook Island, Charleston area for where our next potential landfall could be at, based on the National Hurricane Center cone.
Yes, and the next update, of course, that will have a new cone as well. That will be at the 5 p.m. update. We're just coming up to 3 o'clock. We were used to waiting for National Hurricane Center's hourly updates, but they're definitely not doing those anymore, particularly because the storm is now over water as well, but I think they stopped it when it lost hurricane status. It did briefly go down to 65 miles per hour for those who didn't see it earlier, but it did go back up again to 70. The National Hurricane Center is still thinking that it will become a Category 1 hurricane for a brief time as it approaches South Carolina. Let's just see if there's a little update on power outages. And I can't remember if this has gone up or down, but it now stands at 2.63 million without power. The number hasn't changed very much. I think it might have just slightly gone down. And there's still loads of areas that are without power. Over 90% of... well, actually, no, it isn't 90%. It's about 90% of Charlotte. In Lee County, it is approximately 80%. In DeSoto County, it is around 90%. Hardy County is actually the worst affected in terms of percentage, and that is at about 99% out, although that's only a population of 9,500, but still 99% out in that county. Volusia County now is also out of power, around 65-70% of its residents. Collier County is still about 75% out as well. Hendry County, around 60% out. Glades County, around 80% out. Highlands County, we're looking at about 80% there as well. Okeechobee County, just around 60%. Polk County, around 60% there as well, or 50 actually. Sarasota is around 70% out. Manatee is around 40 to actually 55 to 60% out. Hillsborough County is around 30% out. Pinellas County is at around 15% out. Orange County around 30%. Seminole at around 50%, and Flagler is currently running up at about 60% out there as well. Total number out 2.6 million out of a population being tracked at least of 11.1. So significant power outages. As we look at this satellite imagery, the eye of the storm is quite visible, quite easily visible and recognizable on this satellite/radar hybrid. It was like that yesterday as well, a satellite radar hybrid, but you just didn't see much satellite because the radar was all mad. But you can clearly see it's becoming a little bit less symmetrical, and the center is behaving a little bit more now, still a little bit east of the center point of that cone, but it does look like it is starting to behave. We saw earlier, Tim, just for your information, we saw it on the stream about an hour ago, regarding the computer models, and there was extremely good agreement. Almost every model is calling for a landfall squarely over Charleston. So what are your thoughts on that?
If it does happen, this would probably be the biggest threat that Charleston has dealt with since probably Isabel back in 2003. Obviously, we've seen Bonnie come through there. We saw Danny come through there a couple years ago. But this is probably going to be the biggest threat that they've had in quite a while. And I'm hoping everybody in and around the Charleston area is seeing some of the impacts that Port Charlotte and Fort Myers has had, and hopefully they're heeding their local governments, as I'm pretty sure that this could be very significant for them.
Keep your comments and questions coming in live on the air this afternoon. This is Force 13 Live. Let's see if we can get some more people onto our coverage as well. Let's try and get Smitty back. He was here earlier.
Hello. Sorry about going.
Yeah, anything you'd like to tell us?
Deal with them. Yes, the Storm Prediction Center has upgraded their risk for day 2 to a 5% tornado risk within 25 miles of a point. And a potential upgrade could happen again.
That's not good.
I expected that, though. I don't know if they'll go 10%, because I don't think it's that caliber, but they might. But we'll see what happens.
Yeah, that 5% risk is for Eastern Virginia and most of East Central North Carolina, including the Outer Banks. I don't think I am in the crosshairs for that, but regardless, anybody that's east of, say, probably Mount Olive, south of down to Wilmington, up to Jacksonville, Morehead City, up to Virginia Beach, make sure you have your tornado preparations somewhere on hand for the next couple days.
Yeah, NATO cost pulling a very small 15% area with a larger 10% area.
The only reason I'm bringing that up is because that it verified for that Florida, that mini Florida tornado outbreak that happened 2 nights ago. Was it 2 nights ago? I think it was. So just saying that might be something of value there. I've sent it to you.
Yeah, you've sent me a link. Do you want me to show that?
Yeah, sure. If you, yeah, that's the day 2 forecast, and it's the 2021 ones, the new ones.
And just a reminder, what this is showing.
Yeah, so this shows you the chance of a tornado within 25 miles of a point. It's not as accurate as the SPC, but sometimes it does better than the SPC.
Right.
If you look at the website and data and everything. And this is showing a very small 50% area and a larger 10% area. The SPC's gone with a 5, so it's showing higher tornado probability. So that's why I think the SPC could upgrade it later on.
And that
Yeah,
will be
that
from
10% risk there does cover Wilmington, Nags Head, Moorhead City, and that small little 15%, that might be right around Jacksonville, North Carolina. So definitely be on guard.
And that's going to be from the flailing arms of this storm.
Literally.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see if we can get Stormy Stitch on the line in Orlando. So we definitely like to hear from them because they were in this storm last night and in the overnight hours, and there would have been potentially very high amounts of rain. I know that we saw some flooding early this morning in the Orlando area. I don't know if they're ready for us. It would seem not at this moment. Tim, you sent us a video a few moments ago. Do you want to talk us through this?
Yeah, this is a video off of Twitter. This is ground zero footage of Fort Myers Beach, the Times Square. So this would be probably the downtown Fort Myers Beach area, and it is just heartbreaking just to see this.
And Nathan, 500 people have been rescued by emergency service personnel in the Florida region. So I agree with what Tim said. It is so heartbreaking to see how destructive Ian was. The storm surge was massive, and some buildings completely underwater. I saw some footage, but the cleanup is going to be it's going to be months.
Stormy Stitch, you're on the air as we continue to look at these pictures.
Hi. Yes, we had significant flooding, and the flood warning is ongoing until 8:30 p.m. tonight. We have an update from the theme parks in the area. SeaWorld Orlando, Aquatica, Discovery Cove, and Busch Gardens Tampa Bay will be remaining closed an additional day and planning to reopen on Saturday. There was significant flooding at Universal Orlando, where people staying in the area could see that the roads surrounding the park were flooded, and some of the rides are underwater. The Jurassic Park ride had additional damage to the building itself.
Wow.
For Walt Disney World, they are planning to resume theme park and Disney Springs operations in a phased approach starting tomorrow.
All right, thanks for that information. And how did you fare during the storm?
I'm very grateful to have kept power. It flickered a few times and thought it was going to go out, but power stayed on, internet stayed on, and the dogs and I just stayed inside our closet.
Wow.
Thank goodness there's no visual damage outside. A lot of people are going through much worse today.
Yeah, I would say you were probably one of the few fortunate ones that has made it through the storm unscathed.
Definitely. I did hear from a friend down in Fort Myers. She is okay, but they have no power, limited cell signal. But she does have some supplies on hand.
Yeah. That's quite incredible, but good to hear.
Nathan, I've got this bit of news.
Yeah, thanks for the call, by the way.
Now I just lost. Now it's also for Tim. What's your state governor saying, Tim?
I actually have not seen anything from North Carolina. I'm pretty sure Governor Roy Cooper is keeping an eye on this along with the governor of South Carolina. I'm pretty sure they are either probably going to be declaring states of emergency or already have, and they are probably getting all their efforts mobilized ahead of Ian. Let me actually see if they have or not.
The Governor, Tim and Nathan, landslides are a threat in our mountains, and there's a chance of tornadoes statewide. Coastal flooding, heavy rain, and gusty winds are likely as the storm passes. It was only 13 months ago that Tropical Storm Fred brought destruction and deaths to our mountains in western NC.
Actually, yes, I actually have a news article here. This is the ABC affiliate out of Raleigh. Governor Roy Cooper has declared a state of emergency ahead of Hurricane Ian. Governor is scheduled to give an update on state preparations at 3 o'clock, so that briefing is already underway. These states definitely know what they're doing.
Yeah.
So what's the projected population in that region where Ian could hit?
Ooh, must be a few million. I'm just looking at some other things right now as we continue through our coverage. This is Force 13 Live.
South Carolina itself proper is 5.5 million. North Carolina is about 11 million. So just between North Carolina and South Carolina, about 16 million.
And I believe the flash flood warning remains in place for Flagler, St. John's region of Florida, 8 minutes past 3 local time to 9 p.m. tonight, local time.
And Tim, I don't know if you heard this earlier, but the Fort Myers Pier that you were looking at is completely gone.
The Fort Myers Beach Pier, that does not surprise me. That was one of the areas that was heavily impacted. It was right there.
All that remains is basically a skeleton carcass of the pier with all of its concrete supports or whatever it's made out of. That we were saying yesterday that those silly people that were out there right next to it, they could have easily bumped their head on any of that. Well, that's all that's left of that entire pier right now.
Yeah, that does not surprise me with anything, considering that particular pier was facing west into the fury of Ian. It was about 4 or 5 miles from Sanibel Island, about 12 or 13 miles away from direct landfall. So that does not surprise me, the damage that Fort Myers Beach endured.
David, any comments?
People need to be monitoring Ian, especially up in the South Carolina, North Carolina region, especially those in the Tropical Storm Force region, warning area, the hurricane warning area. And it's so graphic, and it just shows how powerful Ian was, but the storm surge. And I just saw the one report, 3 to 4 feet deep flood water still in some areas of Florida.
Wow.
Nathan, I'm not sure if this was news that we had covered or not, but we do have, looks like our first confirmed fatality from Ian in the state of Florida. 72-year-old man from Deltona has lost his life after going out in the storm about 1 a.m. So this would have been when Ian was still coming through. So Ian has now turned fatal in the state of Florida.
Yep, we did receive that news a few hours ago, but of course people coming in and out of the stream all the time might just be finding that out. As we keep looking at these aerial videos from the Lee County Sheriff's Office, This is what they caught from the Fort Myers beach area, and you saw the causeway to Sanibel Island there, which was ripped up into various different pieces and swept away by the enormous storm surge that was seen in that area. And a look at some of other locations here. I'm not sure exactly where this might be, maybe Cape Coral, showing some more residences. Trees completely debarked in some of those areas, or de-leaved I should say, not debarked, and a lot of those buildings not looking that bad, but completely flooded lots and premises and all around there. You can imagine the amount of rainfall, or sorry, the amount of surge there would have been to create that. Some comments then. Craig, actually, first of all, A Moment of Lovely says, our chat mod, is Ian trying to close the eye wall again? It looks like on the very last frame. I have noticed this progression for a few minutes here, and it does look like it is trying to get itself back on track. I think the center of the storm is still around here, but you can see this little hook, possibly a mesovortice, that's just swirling around, and maybe around the whole picture here. It is trying to fight back, and maybe an eye wall might be trying to form in that quadrant. But at the moment, well, you can't say anything definitive. I was surprised to find this morning, guys, that there was no recon scheduled for the storm. Is that still the case?
Yes, so I was thinking about that. Tim?
They did have a couple recon flights scheduled. I guess they decided to scrap them today since Ian was still over land. Let me see what they have on the docket for tomorrow, because they usually release their flights for the next day today. And it does not look like they have anything on the docket for tomorrow either, so...
So wait and see.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a wait-and-see moment. They might probably start submissions up probably, I would say, for Saturday. But they're probably taking today, going through, looking at their planes, make sure that they're going to be worthy of being flying. Obviously, the Air Force Recon planes and the NOAA planes taking major beating going into these storms. In fact, we had a report yesterday that one of the Air Force planes hit a big enough turbulent that it kind of jostled almost 1,300 feet.
Yeah.
In
Crazy.
altitude, and that is the risk that comes with flying into these storms.
You can see again still a very blustery picture in St. Augustine right now, which is where we decided to stick most of our coverage onto right now. And still choppy waters on the Bridge of Lions, which is one of the major bridges there, and a very one of the major bridges there, and a very I'm trying to find the word for it, but very memorable kind of bridge. It's one that certainly sticks out in its appearance. Let's get some more questions though. Craig Figg said, as devastating as Ian has been, it's now in open waters and the NEC predicted to strengthen. Would it possibly rapidly intensify again in this area? No, it had better not.
The chances are low, but we've seen crazier things happen once these storms do catch the edge of the Gulf Stream.
You can never say 0%, but it is unlikely.
And just listening to the response, I'm thinking of what's happening over here in the Westpac.
Oh, don't. Nothing much there at the minute.
Unpredictability.
A comment here, I'm in Nassau County, Florida, and the winds have been around 25 since yesterday, but have recently gotten to around 40 to 45. A question about what is the wind speed of Ian now? Still at 70 miles per hour. It did drop to 65 earlier, but came back up to 70. And Trashbin says, do I buy either Category 1 membership or Category 2? Well, you know, we do our membership scheme to help support our coverage, because the more investment that we can put into what we do, the better coverage we can actually provide. So it all goes into that when we do that kind of stuff. So whatever takes your fancy, really. I mean, Category 2 memberships are very useful, much more sought after, because you get to see early video releases in real time, ahead of time, I should say. Things like our animations. And those of people who don't really know us so well, we have lots of animations that we produce when we aren't doing hurricane coverage, taking a look at visualizations back over older seasons or storm tracks, or any variety of things there. We want to try and increase our production of documentary features in the future, so hopefully we'll be able to do a lot more of that.
Nathan, I want to draw your attention to a couple of questions in the chat. And Tim, there's one relating to Recon. Now I've just lost it. There could be a flight tonight. Oh, the planes are at Hunter Army Airfield in Savannah, Georgia, getting ready for the next mission.
Right.
Yeah, they can move the planes around as needed. I know we saw 2 or 3 of them that were up near the Rhode Island, Connecticut area when they were covering Fiona. Those got sorted back down to Kessler when Ian was coming up, and a couple of those went back down. So I could see them moving their planes to the proper air facilities to get them in position for recon.
Hello, Patrick. You're with us now.
Hello, Nathan. How you doing?
We're all right. We're just still looking at actually visibility falling a little bit in St. Augustine, which is on the edge of the inner bands of the storm. What's your take on Ian right now, then?
I'm gonna just say this right now. There is a more than 50% chance that this does re-strengthen back up to Cat 1, given the fact that we still have a decent ocean heat content out there. Also, I want to point out that Ian's wind field is absolutely massive. Apparently, I heard a report that expands nearly 600 miles out from the center, and to put in comparison, that is the exact same distance from Pittsburgh to Savannah. So definitely a very massive wind field, and I do have some numbers here. This is confirmation. The death toll from Hurricane Ian is confirmed to be 9, with 2 in Cuba and 7 in Florida. There are unconfirmed rumors, not reports, rumors that there could be in excess of 100 fatalities. Now, that is not confirmed, but officials are working towards the potential of seeing mass casualties, which, I mean, I wouldn't say it's a surprise. I'd say it's very shocking, but I wouldn't be surprised given the fact of how much devastation we saw across this region. But to basically give a confirmed number of deaths in Florida, the number stands at 7. And also I want to point out that one of the tornadoes that we tracked, I believe it was the PDS tornado from the other night when we were live on coverage, that has been rated a high-end EF2 tornado, surprisingly, with winds of 125 miles an hour. I believe that's Kings Point, Florida, and Delray Beach.
Okay.
But other than that, this storm is going to pose another considerable threat for the Carolinas, hence the hurricane warning in effect for South Carolina, the entirety of South Carolina coastline. And I would expect 4 to 6 feet of storm surge along the Carolina coastlines, especially in South Carolina. Heavy rainfall, hurricane force wind gusts, and some tornadoes, as obviously front right quadrant where is the most concerning quadrant. But other than that, nothing too crazy right now. But I did know we had a couple of flash flood emergencies this morning for Orlando and Daytona Beach. Definitely considerable flooding and potentially catastrophic impacts are still being felt, although Ian has left those areas. But Ian has officially emerged over the Western Atlantic Ocean and will recurve back into South Carolina by tomorrow. Should make landfall in South Carolina tomorrow by at least maybe 3 to 5 p.m. given its forward motion. And also the NHC has put out a 5% tornado risk. No surprise there. I wouldn't be surprised if that gets upped as well given the environment that will be in place for that. But other than that, my overall takes on Ian is still a very impressive storm, very dangerous storm, and unfortunately, I hate to say this, but we could see Hurricane Ian come back to a Category 1. So it's making another hurricane run yet again.
Now, I would be surprised if the rumours you were talking about were true. This area is, I mean, it must have been a long time since we saw fatality counts like that. I mean, going back to some of the really big hurricanes.
I did actually hear that the Lee County Sheriff did confirm that the number will be in the hundreds. What I think he meant by that is that they're working towards 100 fatalities. But as of right now, I have heard actually to recount. So I've heard numbers of 5 fatalities in Lee County and 6 in Charlotte County. So there's a bunch of different numbers all over the place, but I'm waiting to find more clarity on the current death toll.
Well, I don't know about that. I know what you were referring to about that hundreds comment. It was, I think, a miscommunication where they were actually saying that it was hundreds of people that were reporting storm surge in their premises. But I don't know. It's, as you say, it is all over the place. We're looking at the latest radar imagery of the storm with a satellite overlay as well. And it is starting to look a little bit more interesting here. And we do have the ATCF system, the automated feed from the US Navy, is now indicating that this storm has strengthened back to a hurricane. So we will see at the 5 p.m. That is way too much noise. Who is that? Alright, we'll have to... I think that's sorted now. At the 5 o'clock update from the National Hurricane Center, we might see them putting it back to hurricane status based on that information. Smitty, you're on the air.
Yeah, hi. Sorry about that. I was just having troubles again. But I'm back on, and I should be on now for the rest of the stream.
Crazy times with this right now, and we're still looking at the presentation on radar. Thankfully, we're seeing only a few little traces of orange, although it is training almost over the same area along the I-95 corridor of heavy rainfall. But I guess we're a little bit thankful that those reds that are still out at sea aren't affecting land anymore.
Yeah, I'm loading up my WSP3, so I'll do some radar analysis in a second.
And also a video that I'm just about to present here, I think. There is a video of the Fort Myers Pier, I think, that was completely destroyed. The Fort Myers Beach Pier. This is what it looks like now. This is Fort Myers. We remember seeing that pier yesterday on the live coverage, and you can see what's left of it now. Just a skeleton of its pylons and a distant fire there in the distance looking eastwards along Fort Myers Beach. So this is another viewpoint on what's transpired at this location and what's left of that pier. So another hard-hitting video here showing what has happened at this location during the storm's
Yeah,
incredible
Nathan, that
surge
shot
yesterday.
there, that's just very sobering. The particular webcam that we were using was from a local seafood shop, which was right there off the pier, and that's exactly where it looks like this shot is from that same sea shop. And you can see the structures that would have been at the end of the pier they're non-existent. And looks like the walkway was wooden planks. Those are just completely ripped off of it. This is just very sobering.
So that's what it looked like earlier, I assume, in Fort Myers with what's left of that pier. Ironically, it looks like that grid that they used to lock the pier from people getting on, which someone circumvented and got round it on yesterday's stream, is still standing. But that's what the view is there at Fort Myers. Wow, some hard-hitting pictures there. And these are being sent through to us, some of these from our chat mod, A Moment of Lovely. And there's another viewpoint from Fort Myers here. Let's take a look at this one. This is a viewpoint from Fort Myers again. I think this might be the same. Oh no, it's a different area here. Looking at the tremendous damage, overturned boats there, and one that's been driven well inland at Fort Myers Beach. Not to mention that structure, which has just been decimated as well. So that's the latest pictures that we're getting coming out right now from the Fort Myers area.
Nathan, looking at the old radar, looking at that area in red, would I be right to say that it's deepening?
The area in red, those are the really heavy showers. As we take a look back at St. Augustine, and there's people doing photo opportunities, I think, on the bridge. I don't know why. I mean, come on, guys. But some red areas there, yes, which are trailing gradually towards the west, although they appear to be weakening as they approach the coast consistently. So it's a status quo position here. I think not much is changing, although, as we just said a moment ago, the ATCF system is suggesting that this storm has potentially strengthened back to hurricane status. We'll wait for official confirmation from the NHC on that shortly.
What are they saying? Pressure and wind
right now?
Yeah.
985 is what they might go with at the next advisory.
And I'm looking at the bottom bar, 70 miles per hour, 987. So.
And we're looking at some of these images that you've sent in to us as well. And here is an image graphic from Landsat, apparently. Wow, where'd you get that image from?
Off Twitter.
That's how it was looking there.
I'm not sure whether it was Noah.
Probably. And that last one, a house on fire.
Yes.
That's in the Fort Myers area, I think.
That might be the one that I saw in other...
Yeah, maybe. Some incredible images there, though.
Well, it's all history, but what I want to ask, I mean, probably viewers are wondering, when's the last time we've seen such destruction in Florida?
In Florida, probably Hurricane Michael.
That'd be the most recent one.
There weren't any in 2020.
How does this compare to Irma?
Worse than Irma.
Yeah, seems like it.
And I cited a comment in our live chat earlier, and just after we came on air, reference to Katrina.
Ooh, well, that's a different kettle of fish.
Katrina was,
Um,
different beast.
Yeah. And let's just go back to the video that we showed earlier, and we've played it a few times, and we'll take a look at it again from the Lee County Sheriff's Office. This is what the pictures look like from their scout around the region this morning. From this is Fort Myers Beach, looking at some of those tall buildings and blocks, either apartment blocks or hotels, I'm not sure, and looking through the toll booth towards the Sanibel Island Bridge, and how that bridge was, and the roadway there has been completely trashed there, with trees strewn across the what's left of the road, which is literally just sandbanks now at this point, and flooded neighborhoods here. Still not sure where this section of the video is from, but lots of flooded locations. Lots of trees are looking under the weather there. Structural damage doesn't look too bad on these pictures, although of course the winds weren't Category 5 force, but they were still strong and possibly Category 4 force in these areas. It would have been the surge that caused the biggest impacts, and you can still see pools of water all along those areas. And the buildings themselves, of course, they will have had some kind of, certainly, damage along the coast. This is Force 13's live coverage of Tropical Storm Ian, which may be about to become a hurricane again. The ATCF system, which is not official, but usually an indicator of what they might go with at the next update from the US Navy, is running now with 75 miles per hour Category 1. Whether that will actually be what they run with at the advisory is our next question, and we'll find out at 5. David.
Comment from one of our viewers: water temp for South Carolina cases up to 2 degrees above normal. Marine heat wave, just like West Coast Florida was. So Ian is going to intensify again, more than models predict before South Carolina.
I have reservations over that, because the thing is, with the initial strengthening towards nearly Category 5 status, some models predicted that, like the HWRF and the HMON. But in this instance, none of the models take it any higher than mid-range Category 1. So it might get to 85 miles per hour, but I would strongly expect that nothing more than that would occur. Unless they've got it completely wrong, but we'll have to see as time goes on. As we look at this radar imagery, still the eastern and southern side of the storm looks pretty terrible. And definitely when you look back at satellite imagery, it doesn't really look very impressive. Let me try and bring back some of those satellite views. I'm not sure we'll get any that actually work at the minute. Let's see what we got here. So let me rejig these images. I know where to find them, and change the links, and then we'll get it.
While you do that, Nathan, just picking up further on the discussion in the chat, predicting 4 to 7 foot. I think this might be related to storm surge.
That's right, still ahead of us in South Carolina, I think.
And a tropical storm is a heat engine, more heat, more fuel. So yes, warmer waters equals intensification.
Usually,
Tim,
as a general rule of thumb, but not always. The conditions, I mean, it's one of the several conditions that storms need, but one is not all, and it depends on wind shear, it depends on dry air entrainment, which this storm isn't doing very well with right now. Lots of dry air on the south side. So I don't think it's going to be very clear cut that this storm will strengthen a lot or even much, but perhaps a small amount of strengthening. I mean, NHC cone 75 miles an hour, and the possibility that it might weaken a little bit again before it makes its final landfall. Tim?
Yeah, I'm actually trying to pull something together here, Nathan, kind of illustrate some more of the impacts through the Carolinas. The National Weather Service actually has tropical storm warnings extending well inland. We're talking as far inland as Columbia, Augusta, Georgia, almost towards Greenwood, up into North Carolina proper. Cities up to Winston-Salem, Greensboro, and Durham could see tropical storm force conditions. Everywhere south and east of that, getting over towards the Outer Banks, could see it. We do have storm surge warnings. I believe this is for the Amaral Sound. So this is not looking good. And hurricane warnings extending for Conway, Myrtle Beach, Kingstree, Georgetown, Charleston proper, and down to Beaufort in South Carolina. So all of these areas, not just at the coastline, but inland, projected to get tropical storm force conditions. I'm trying to see if I can get this whole map put together so we could put it on air.
so Tim, how far inland? Just a rough estimate from what
Well,
you're seeing.
you figure, if I use Wilmington, say, as the closest point, you're probably talking a good 150 miles inland, give or take. Just going from Charleston. I think the last city was Greenwood that I saw in the tropical storm force warnings. So you figure from Charleston to Greenwood is 161 miles.
Nathan, just picking up on that, just wondering the position of the tropical storm Ian now to a possible landfall in the South Carolina area. We're looking at what, Sunday or
No,
Monday?
it's tomorrow. Landfall is going to be around. Well, this is actually, I've just made some decisions about our schedule actually. We are going to finish our coverage today at the 5 p.m. advisory from the National Hurricane Center because the storm is expected to arrive pretty quickly. Early tomorrow morning, we will start our coverage again for the South Carolina landfall, and we will probably start at maybe 7 or 8 a.m. And then we'll continue on the air throughout the day as the storm approaches landfall in South Carolina. So we will finish up here at 5 and then back again in the morning. Tim, are you still running the radar imagery on the US channel?
I am. That is still up and going.
Yeah, so on Force 13 US, you can take a look at the live radar imagery, and other imagery I think is there as well. So when we go off the air just after 5 o'clock, when we get the new advisory from the National Hurricane Center, we'll redirect everyone on the page over there for more continuous coverage. But Tim, go ahead.
Yeah, just take a look at the NHC track, Nathan. Right now, based on, and this is just based on the NHC projected track, potential landfall could be right around Seabrook Island. That would put Charleston on the, what we call the dirty side, the northeastern side of Ian, which normally would have the strongest winds and the rain. So Charleston might get the worst, but we've seen with this particular storm that it's been the western side that has been actually particularly the strongest. Now, if this does get its act back together, I don't know if the winds are going to shift from one quadrant to another, but if it's the western side, then you've got Adesto Beach, Adesto Island, getting over towards cities like Jacksonboro, Cottageville, some of the smaller towns, over towards Walterboro, even towards Green Pond. So a lot of those could see the worst of Ian if the western side still has the strongest winds on that part of the storm.
We're still looking at the live feed from St. Augustine in Florida, along the east coast, of course, between Daytona Beach and Jacksonville. Looks like there might be a few orange bands piling through shortly on that radar imagery, but the view there, it's getting a little bit more misty with all of that rain falling, and the winds are getting up a bit as well. You can see those trees down the bottom side. Still bowled over by some of these videos that we saw in the last hour or two of all of this damage that's been going on. Really crazy.
Now, with the looking at the radar and those bands not strengthening, could we see a now, I'm not speculating, but it's just a thought. A tornado watch. What?
No, there's going to be no tornado watch anymore for Florida, I don't think.
No, further up the coast.
Well, that won't be today. That will be early hours of tomorrow. Yeah. Possibly early hours though, because I think when we look back at the National Hurricane Center's cone, you can see there the 8 a.m. dot is quite close to land, and the 8 p.m. dot well inland there, so it would probably suggest the landfall at probably about lunchtime, maybe.
Yeah, and to answer David's question about the tornado threat, I'm fully anticipating National Weather Service, Raleigh, and Wilmington to probably put a tornado watch probably early morning tomorrow for the eastern part of the state. Probably Wilmington up to Jacksonville, New Bern, up towards Morehead City. I would anticipate that entire area being under a tornado watch for the outer bands of Ian.
They said, I'm going to refer to some good questions coming from our viewers. Jane, Jay, Nathan, you would love St. Augustine. It's beautiful here, of course, after the hurricane.
Wow, I'm sure I would. I've been along different parts of the east coast of Florida on several occasions when I was much younger. Daytona Beach, and when I was a little bit older, down on the southeastern part of Florida from Miami up to Jupiter. So I've seen parts of that coast and some lovely places along there. Certainly in better circumstances.
Factoid for you, Nathan. A little factoid for you. St. Augustine actually has a claim to be the oldest settlement in modern America. It was settled in 1583, so it has a lot of historical significance.
All right. Let's see what else we've got here. Norman says that we should check out Kissimmee, Florida and Orlando, which has very unusual high flooding from the rain. Well, I was looking earlier on and I can't see much going on there now. I'll have a little look again on the road cams, but I don't see... I know that there was flooding this morning, but throughout the day, as far as I saw, it receded and there wasn't too much going on later. But I'll just have another little look. And as far as I can see, I mean, there's loads of different places you can look, of course, but I'm just seeing little puddles, surface water. I'm not seeing any major flooding issues at this time.
Nathan, I refer back to an earlier comment. I'm not sure where about in Florida. One area was under 3 to 4 foot.
Well, that'll be near the near where the storm made landfall.
And Jay says, I'll make you a cup of tea and some biscuits.
My.
But,
yeah, well, yep.
There's another...
thank you, Jay, for the correction. St. Augustine was established in 1565.
Yeah, I
Just a
thought it
couple
would have
years
been a bit earlier. I thought Florida was first reached in the 1520s, though.
Well, it was discovered by Pizarro in 1520, but the first established settlement wasn't until
Right.
1565.
Took them a while. Just to show you one camera, though. This is along Interstate 95, and I've already forgot. Oh, no, it's not. It's Interstate... It says Interstate 4. I thought it was 95. Hold on. Let's go back to the map. Oh, yes. It is Interstate 4 right at Daytona Beach. Must be near the I-95. So you can see this area. There is some flooding on the side of the road. So there is still that. But I've not seen, for quite a while, any significant flooding on these, albeit they are road cameras, and a lot of these interstates aren't very, you know, they're planned properly, and they don't often get flooded as much as the smaller roads, of course. But this is what we're seeing. That's one view there near Daytona Beach right now, and I think possibly still raining there. Yep, definitely still raining. Shows up on the radar. A few vehicles going around there as well. Some semi-trucks. Let's get some more questions. Has anything changed for Myrtle Beach since last night? Not really, I don't think, no. Just that it's a little bit more getting closer. Tornadoes, where and when will they happen? So we're looking at tomorrow and probably starting in the morning hours. I don't know who wants to take this, Smitty or Tim.
I will. I'm looking at the models right now. So, for the timing of the threat and the location, if we take a look at the HER, yeah, regions southeast. All right. So, let's get our reflectivity in there. All right. So, the outer bands of Ian will begin. The tornadic part, the tornadic ones at least, will begin to come on shore at about 11 Z or so. So that's 11 UTC. 10 actually, because the model was slightly off. So I would say I would give some leeway. I'd say like earliest about 7 Z, latest about 11 Z. So they'll come on shore, do their thing, probably spawn a couple tornadoes throughout the day, and we could see an overnight tornado threat in northern North Carolina, and even some tornadoes in Virginia, it seems.
So that's tomorrow night?
Yeah, tomorrow. And then the threat will slowly fizzle out by tomorrow morning. So it's really an all-day, all-night threat for this, starting in the morning and going throughout the night, I'm seeing here. Although the tornado threat will peak at about... let's see here... I can get this. Here we go. All right, so the tornado threat will most likely peak at about 20 UTC or so. So 8 p.m. UTC.
And that would be 3 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time as we continue
it's more of an afternoon threat
at this road here. Thank you for that. Let's see if we can now speak to a caller. Juhan, you're on the line.
Hello.
Hi.
I just got hit with a warning over here, and the school's already canceled. School's already canceled, and there's already high winds around here. So, like, I don't know how, but it's here.
And you're in Raleigh right now?
Yeah.
So already warnings, you say? What kind of warning?
It's a tropical storm one.
Oh, a tropical
Actually, Nathan,
storm.
I have a map that I just sent to you illustrating all of that. That's what I was trying to find.
Oh, cool.
It says the wind. It says the wind's 14 miles per hour. I don't know why, but I'm pretty sure it's not from me.
So there's this map right now. Tim, do you want to tell us what each thing is?
Yeah, this is the map that is off of the National Weather Service Enhanced Data Display Radar. What this does is normally we see the National Hurricane Center watches and warnings are usually along the coastline. This actually illustrates the watches and warnings that are inland. So up to like Raleigh, Fayetteville, Wilmington, you could see the counties further away from the coastline in that darker red. Those are tropical storm force warning. So that is why, and as Juhan was mentioning, why schools are closing already up in Raleigh. I've actually heard from my wife that some of the county offices here in Cumberland County are going to be closing. Schools are most likely going to be closing up, and parents are already asking local care providers if they're going to be closed. So definitely the areas around the North Carolina region are already starting to take their preventative measures ahead of Ian.
Just curious about that little pink shaded area on the left-hand side. Is that a tropical storm watch by any chance?
The pink that's in the center, that is all the hurricane warnings. As for
No, on the left, yeah, the light one.
That is. Let me take a look at that.
Probably a tropical storm watch.
I'm kind of nervous about Ian because I live next to the stream and I kind of have a habit of overflowing, and it might happen again. And I don't want to deal with that.
Yeah, I guess it's rather daunting when we've already seen what the storm has done as well.
Yeah. And I live in a valley. I live in a small valley next to 2 hills, next to a stream. That's probably not ideal for a hurricane.
That doesn't sound
or
good.
A tropical storm, at least.
Up in
Yeah,
Raleigh,
I think
though,
that latter
I mean,
pink is a tropical storm watch, but the data display is acting up. So as soon as I can confirm exactly what that is, I'll let you know.
Probably. Up in Raleigh, though, I'm expecting, the rainfall probably won't be that bad there. Maybe 4 inches?
Yeah, I don't think it to be too bad, but it's still being canceled because it might be dangerous.
Yeah, absolutely. Anything else you'd like to add?
This is just a little memory, but back in Hurricane Matthew, I think the entire road over here got eroded away. I vividly remember that. I was so young.
Yeah, it shouldn't be anything compared to Matthew.
Okay, let's go out though.
What was that?
And that was all. That was good.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said before I go and you were going to say something. Okay. That was a Juhan. And
just looking at the National Weather Service forecast, Nathan, Raleigh in that area is looking at 2 to 4 inches. The further south and west you go down towards Charlotte, they're looking at 4 to 6 inches. Wilmington's in that 4 to 6 inch range as well. Around this area, which would be the city of Fayetteville, we're looking at 2 to 4 inches, but don't be surprised if there isn't some localized heavier amounts.
Yes. We are looking at a camera here from near St. Augustine, Florida on Interstate 95, and there actually is some water there on the left-hand side of the roadway, which looks like it shouldn't be there, flooding. You can see 1 or 2 trees that are in it, so that's a view there. But yeah, I've not seen many places that are really got severe flooding, but of course that's not to say it isn't happening. It's just that on these major thoroughfares, we're not really seeing any. Apart from here, that's the worst I've seen on the interstate network so far during the course of this afternoon. Bill says, I have family in New Bern, North Carolina. Will there be tornadoes there? Tim, I think you're best placed to answer that.
New Bern, they're probably going to be right in that highest tornado risk. SPC right now has a 5% risk. I know Smitty was showing one of the other tornado models that was indicating a 10% risk through that area. So
small
New
15
Bern,
as well.
Oh, was there a 15? But I think that 15 was in a concentrated area.
Yeah, it's not widespread. It's a 10%.
Specifically was in that 10% risk. But if you're in New Bern, definitely be prepared for a potential tornadic event in your area.
Let's get some more questions. Chris says, is it still east of the track? And I would say yes, it is still a little bit east of the track, although not as much as it was previously. I think we'll only see small changes now to the forecast track. Have we seen a 936 millibar system in the Caribbean? What are your thoughts? Ian was also far out, but GFS had it correct. Alright, the GFS today has been suggesting a very long range, day 15, 16, of another very powerful hurricane in the Caribbean. But the GFS likes to do things like this a lot, and the amount of false alarms that the GFS produces at that kind of range, well, we've lost count. So don't take that seriously at all until we get probably within 7 days. I think the first time I really started to be concerned about Ian was at 7 days. And let's see what else we have. You mentioned the new burn there. Our chat mod, A Moment of Lovely, says, on the scanner of Fort Myers, they're trying to get rescue teams in there, but the roads are inaccessible, and the team want to get those first who are most in need. But sounds like they're struggling. Verna says... Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I can confirm that lighter pink on that graphic that we were showing, Nathan, that is tropical storm watches. That does include places like Statesboro, Georgia, and still back down into Gainesville right now. They're still under a tropical storm watch at this time.
Yeah. Verna says, will the intensity of the hurricane affect how strong the tornadoes will be? Is there a correlation?
I can answer that.
Yeah.
Should I go?
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it.
The intensity of hurricanes and such do not usually affect the tornado intensity. The tornado intensity is more so how the environment the pre-existing environment was before landfall, because it doesn't matter if you have a Category 5 hurricane or a tropical storm, the wind shear is still going to be similar, although not so much with a tropical storm. It's more when you get in Cat 1, you get that extreme wind shear that's really favorable for tornadogenesis. But it more so matters how much instability a hurricane can bring up. Now, sometimes stronger storms can bring up more instability because, they're stronger. But if the pre-existing environment is unfavorable for tornadoes, it doesn't matter how strong of a tornado, how strong of a hurricane you're going to have. You'll get a low amount of tornadoes. So it's more the environment ahead of it. And the environment, one thing I'm noting in the environment ahead of this, which is a new development, is that there's actually a layer of dry air in the upper atmosphere. With the in North Carolina, near where the hurricane's going to make landfall, which is a rare for a tropical system. That's something you mostly see in the plains with tornado setup. So that could be interesting. That could enhance tornado potential further. So I'm wondering when the SPC is going to notice that.
Apparently we're hearing that in Charlotte County so far there have been 6 fatalities confirmed. Tom says the wind gusts in northwest North Carolina in the Hickory area are already picking up.
Nah, Hickory, that's all the way over on the western side of the state by Charlotte. I'm not sure if those winds would be associated with Ian at this time. Ian is still way down here by the Jacksonville, Florida area, so those winds might be in association with a different system.
Bill says, could we see an EF3 tornado like in Isaias?
In what, sorry? Your mic cut out.
An EF3 tornado like in Hurricane Isaias.
Tim, do you want to answer? Because I've been answering a lot of the tornado questions.
In terms of tornado threat, nothing can be rolled out. These outer bands usually have some rotation with them. They can and usually do produce water spouts over water. And when they do come on shore, they can remain a tornado threat. Now, whether or not they're going to be an EF3 or not, that's going to come down to if one is actually on the ground, if it damages anything, and then what the National Weather Service Office does for their assessment. I'm not going to say we will have one, but there is that possibility.
Yeah, if I can add to that, the chance of seeing a strong tornado is probably a conditional one. We might get one or two, but it's very conditional. It depends on storm-to-storm interaction. What we want, if we want a strong tornado, is a storm to be isolated or on its own. So there's a gap between it and other storms. So these little supercells, they need to be discrete in nature for strong tornadoes to form, because if they're too close to each other, they'll compete for ingredients in the environment and just kind of screw each other up. So if we see that, then yeah, we could have a potential strong tornado.
We're seeing a concerning pattern right now, and another flash flood warning has been issued for a stretch of area along Interstate 95. I think you can see it there actually, along Palm Coast and up towards St. Augustine still, which we were just looking at on the image. So all of this area there looks like they're in a flash flood warning. I'll get the specifics on that, but let me just find maybe another camera first of all. But actually, I think the one we
that
had
information for you, Nathan. That
Right.
flash flood warning is going to remain in effect until 9 p.m. tonight. As of 3 o'clock, public reported heavy rain and flash flooding across the warned area. Between 7 and 10 inches of rain have already fallen, and another 2 to 4 are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is already occurring. So that is for the area of Palm Coast, Flagler Beach, St. Augustine Shores, and St. Augustine proper. Villano Beach is just outside of this, but they are probably getting just as much heavy rain as those inside the warning.
So here's another view along a different stretch of I-95, looking once again at the St. Augustine area. And oh, that's the wrong one. Let me try and see if we can get more video into that shot. Here we go. So there's a view right now along that road. Not sure which way this is looking. I get the impression that it might be northbound, and quite windy as well, as you can see. So
The camera's shaking.
We'll stick with this camera for a while, because you can see there's definitely a lot of pooling of water and hazardous travel conditions, to say the least.
Nathan, what's the location of that camera?
That's near St. Augustine. Lots of spray, difficult travelling conditions, poor visibility, and lots of rain. This is one of the locations in that flash flood warning. We're here for another hour. Start your message with Force 13 all in text if you've got any questions. National Hurricane Center will update at the end of the hour, and that's what we're going to be waiting up for. And we probably are expecting them to upgrade it once again to hurricane status, because the ATCF system, the automated feed from the US Navy, is currently indicating that this storm is now back to 75 miles per hour and a pressure of 985. We will await confirmation from the National Hurricane Center. They don't always go with the Navy estimates, so we can't be too sure, but that's what we are thinking might happen at the next update.
Nathan, sorry, just want to ask Tim the question. Recon and factoring in what we're seeing and what the NHC is going to say in the next advisory. Could we see a earlier Recon flight?
I would think that would depend on what the NHC is requesting versus what NOAA and Air Force Recon can provide.
Stretched resources, do you think?
I would think they would probably try to get a few flights sorted later on today before we see this become more of a landfall threat. But if what we're hearing is true, where they're actually where the Air Force has actually sorted a couple planes over to the Army base and Air Force base over in Savannah, that would put them in prime position to be able to make multiple passes on Ian before this makes landfall.
I just wanted to rearrange some of those graphics so that you can see in the distance there. I'm seeing lots of spray being kicked up by some of those vehicles, potentially pooling over the road there in the distance. difficult driving conditions. You know, there could be incidents, perhaps, if this keeps up.
Aquaplaning, and it's not good to be on the highway. And I think I saw a report, avoid travel.
Well, I
Only
would
if
say
you
so.
need it.
I would definitely say so. Invixity says, when will the rain move out of the Wilmington area? Anyone?
I'm not sure which Wilmington they're referring to. There's a couple different Wilmingtons on the East Coast.
Well, for both of those, the rain hasn't even arrived yet, has it?
No, not even close.
Whoel says, could we see tornadoes further north as Ian moves through? I wonder what they mean by further north. I mean, we've talked about North Carolina and into Virginia, but probably not further north than that, is it?
I think Southern Virginia is in that tornado threat.
Yeah. And how much rain has fallen in Ponte Vedra? I don't have access to find out that information at my end. I don't know if any of you guys are able to. But
I'm looking at storm totals right now. I'd actually have to find out where Ponte Vedra is, but I was just looking at storm totals recently, and
all right, just let me know then.
I'm looking at storm totals now. As of the last 48 hours, Northport's had 20 inches, getting over towards like Edgewater and Oak Hill. Some of those have been over 20 inches. So a lot of these areas just getting heavily inundated. There's actually some radar readings, Nathan, even though this is offshore, that just about 10-15 miles off of Daytona Beach, some spots have gotten over 21 inches of rain, and that's over water.
Nathan, I have some news. FEMA has activated individual assistance for the people of Florida who need recovery aid.
Yeah.
So disasterassistance.gov.
Yeah. Erin says, how accurate is NATOcast? Been hearing about it regarding tomorrow's tornado threat in North Carolina.
NATOcast, I think, is an experimental program that's separate from the National Weather Service. It has its own merits, and it's fairly decent on the predictability. It's not something I would completely write off, but between that and the Storm Prediction Center, they both have a pretty good beat on where the tornado threat's going to be.
And I'm going to cut in an apology. Water levels already coming up. New burn as Ian approaches the southeast coast. And Mark Sutter has put out a posting relates to Trent River. Tim?
Yeah, New Bern is right along the coastline. It's up near the Morehead City area. And considering how much Ian's influence is, that's not surprising that water's already starting to rise in that area. Storm surge probably being felt on a small scale at the moment, but as Ian does move north, that threat will start to go on the rise.
And I'm just wondering about the tides, high tide. So, is that area under a storm surge advisory, or that'll probably come later?
Let me look.
I'm sure they will.
So what's the the population along that river? And naturally that would come from the coast.
Yeah, there is a storm surge watch from north of the Sanibel River all the way up to Duck, North Carolina, and the Pimlico River. I'm pretty sure that would also include the Pimlico and Albemarle Sounds and any tributaries that does empty into those two water features. So definitely an area we need to keep an eye on.
And breaking news from your area, Tim, the state governor is holding a live media conference.
Yeah, he's been doing that since 3 o'clock, probably getting all the information out as to what to expect for conditions, the preparations that the state government is doing, what they're doing, mobilizing. I know they got National Guard that is going to be on standby to assist with any efforts before, during, and after Ian. So this is now gone from a single state event from Florida to potentially a multi-state event through the Carolinas.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Eric says thank you, and thanks to the comments folks who so far seem to be sticking to the subject mostly. You can't control those comments folks, but thank you, Eric. And Fighter Jet says, when will the rain in St. Johns County stop? Well, you're still looking at that radar, and I would say that rain is going to continue for quite a bit because the center of the storm has not passed your latitude yet and won't do for probably until after dark. So that's going to be the earliest I would say that the rain might stop for you, but probably much later in the night. Amount of Lovely just posted power outage information. The number has actually gone down slightly. Earlier it was 2.3 million. It's now down to 1.9 million. I can tell you where the areas are that have got some more power back, and those are predominantly Highlands County, Orange and Seminole. Those areas look like they've gotten quite a lot of power back. The areas that were most affected by the storm, though, no chance. There ain't going to be power there for a long time. Flagler, though, I think it's getting worse there as well. It's around 65% out in Flagler County now, and in Brevard County as well. There is actually around 30% out there too, and in Putnam County we are looking at 25% out of power there, and in St. Johns County right now we're at just over 10% out. So power outages creeping up the northeastern coastline as well. We're looking at this camera in St. Augustine on Interstate 95, looking probably northwards, I think. Lots of vehicles there in the heavy weather right now. This is one of a few locations that is under a flash flood warning, and every so often big gusts of wind there, as you just saw. But this area could start to flood soon, and as you can see, very difficult conditions for driving. Visibility very poor at times when you see some of these cars move through, and some of them going pretty fast still as well. They need to take more care in these conditions. So that's a look out there right now. We'll hear from the National Hurricane Center before the end of the hour about any changes to the storm. And we have an inkling that they might raise it back up to hurricane status, 75 miles per hour and 985 millibars. That's what's being indicated by the US Navy, which update their information automatically at various synoptic times too. So the NHC may or may not follow that information, but we'll see. Those who haven't seen some of the images from on the ground in Fort Myers and Cape Coral and all those areas, we've got quite a lot of video that we've gathered throughout the day, and we'll show you some of that again later on before we finish up here at the end of the hour. Jason says, thoughts on Orlean? It's forecast to reach Category 2 strength and hit Mexico as a Category 1. And we can show you Orlean as well, yes. And it is a legitimate threat to the coast of Mexico. There it is. And it's strengthening pretty well. It's already developing, as some people suggesting, I think it's already developing an inner core. So that storm could maybe strengthen further than what is being predicted. A rapid intensification is notoriously difficult to forecast in the eastern Pacific basin. But the storm track is expected to turn it towards the north and then make landfall in Mexico. I think it's Sonora province. I can't remember if that's the one or if it's Nayarit province. the long one there along the coast. And it could be a significant landfall, so we might have to do more live coverage on that one as well after Ian dies off. The coverage non-stop here on Force 13 for worldwide tropical systems, and that's what we do here, and we'll keep on top of whatever happens with Orlean.
And Nathan, drawing attention to a new area of interest coming off the African coast. However, National Weather Service Black Spur, or Tropical Storm Ian, expected to become a hurricane again tonight before making landfall Friday along the South Carolina coast. The remnants move into our area late Friday weekend. 3 to 5 inches of rain expected, with localised 6 inches plus along the southern Blue Ridge.
That's right. Let's see if we can let's get Patrick back into the call right now. I don't know if you've got any information or news for us.
Any information or news? Not currently at this time. However, like we've been saying, given ATCF's latest indications, I would be not surprised to see this go up to hurricane status by the 5 p.m. advisory. Has Recon been any in today, or is there no Recon flights?
No
Recon. Okay, well, looking at the latest GFS ensemble guidance, they do want Ian to intensify and make landfall in the Myrtle Beach area as a strong Category 1 or
Myrtle Beach. That's way east.
And then curve over the going to the Charlotte area, and surprisingly traverse through central North Carolina and then make a turn back to the southeast and then a push right off the east coast.
Oh no, please, can we not?
Well, based on latest GFS ensemble guidance, it wants it to take a very weird track. It wants it to make landfall in Myrtle Beach, continue northwest to the Virginia, North Carolina border, and then make a turn to the southeast, and then due south, and then east northeast, and then go out to sea off the Carolina coastline. But
that sounds like a storm track made in a simulator, if you ask me.
And guess what? GEPS is not better anyway either. It wants it to parallel the South Carolina, or actually not parallel. It wants it to make landfall somewhere in eastern South Carolina, go up to near the Charlotte region, then make a weird turn, go northeast, go basically like ride the border region between Virginia and North Carolina, go then southeast into eastern North Carolina to the Outer Banks, then make an eastward turn, a southeast turn, and then a weird west-southwest direction, which is... I can't even put into mind what these ensembles are doing right now, but
that must be really weak by that point, though.
Oh yeah, obviously, but still, it's extremely interesting to see the track.
Well,
Tropical Tidbits does have it as a hurricane, though, so I think they went off based off of ATCF guidance, so we probably will see a hurricane by the 5 p.m. advisory.
Well,
it doesn't look honestly that impressive on satellite imagery, but I mean, sure.
David.
Nathan, when I did my video update on Ian, I looked at some of the tracks, and some of it was absolutely crazy. The ensembles, and again, we can't take our eyes off the system. We're drawing closer to when the update from NHC and percentages increasing that they could have it as a hurricane. They could upgrade. So, but this system is far from its end live, its live ending, and viewers, there is so much information, and as a video producer, there is so much information that we could bring, and this is one reason why we enjoy the live streaming. It gives us a golden opportunity to bring the information and engage with our fantastic audience.
A moment of lovely. Thank you very much for your support this evening. One of our chat mods, of course, thanking us for the extended coverage. I think these have been hours and days we will not forget whenever talking about the 2022 Atlantic hurricane season. Sad to see this happening, she says. So, yep, I'm in agreement with that. It is a focal point of the 2022 Atlantic hurricane season, what we're looking at right now with Ian.
Nathan?
Yeah.
Unfortunate news regarding Hurricane Ian. We now have, for the following counties, Orange County, death toll up to 1. Charlotte County, death toll up to 6. Sarasota County up to 2. Lee County, unconfirmed, up to 6. So, based off of recent reports, we are looking at about 15 unconfirmed, 15 fatalities based off of multiple reports, and that number will most likely rise.
Oh, yeah. At this early stage, that's just the beginning, I really feel. It's still very early in counting those numbers up.
I just saw a photo of the before and after scenarios that happened in Fort Myers Beach, and I don't like what I'm seeing. The entire city of Fort Myers Beach is basically in absolute devastation right now, and it will take a very long time for that area to clean up, which is just terrifying.
This picture here, once again, I think this is Fort Myers as well. That was just a short video, and look how dead that place is, and it must be really eerie to be there. No sound at all, just some light breezes on that video, and just nothing there but all of this carnage. Look at that. That's Fort Myers Beach.
Wow. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Nathan, I'm posting some images just coming through.
And also, we'll again show you the view from the pier that we were looking at yesterday on our live streaming when the storm was coming in. It was really rushing up against that pier, and those silly people that were out there being dumb and just going out on the pier whilst the waters were almost up to the height of the pier. Well, this is what it looks like now. Incredible damage at this location where the pier has been completely decimated. All that's left is its pillars, and some of its supports even have gone as well. And the buildings that were next to it, and even a distant fire over there, but the building that the camera was mounted on is gone. That's what's left of it there. I think it was a bar or a restaurant. And in the distance,
yeah, that was actually a seafood shop there, Nathan, that the webcam was being provided from, and you can see that entire seafood shop completely slapped. There's nothing left out of it.
Also, just actually want to point out correction on what I have said about the deaths. There definitely is a substantial amount of deaths, but I kind of want to put my final stance at it for the time being. ABC News has confirmed at least 7 deaths in Florida, so that is where the number is going to stand for the time being till we receive more confirmation. So at this time, 7 people from preliminary reports from local officials have been confirmed deceased in Florida due to the undescribable destruction from Hurricane Ian. And like we've said, like we've reiterated,
that number is most likely going to rise, and we'll have to see what this storm does when it gets up to the Carolinas as it's rebounding back. It was weakening over Florida, and now it's trying to make another comeback up to hurricane strength again, which I find insane.
Oh, well, I don't know. These are these pictures again from the Lee County Sheriff's Office, looking at the Sanibel Island bridge, Causeway. Most of it being completely destroyed, particularly the parts that are on the land areas there that have been washed away. Incredible damage in these areas. Ryan, you're on the air. Hello? We're not hearing you right now. So we keep looking at these buildings, and the amount of surge must have been incredible. You can still see large pools in all of those gardens and premises, and trees that have been defoliated, and just a big mess down here in this area. Lots of damage, and from what we're hearing, at least a few fatalities so far. We don't know how many yet. Let's look back at this imagery here in St. Augustine, and that's a brief shot. My screen wasn't properly configured for that one. Let's go back again to the Interstate 95 cam right now as well, and show you how it looks in this area, which is under a flash flood warning and may get possible flooding, but as you can see, difficult and unenviable driving conditions.
That is a sight that we like to see on Interstate 95.
What?
That is a small co-op of electric trucks heading down Interstate 95. That is what we like to see.
Yes.
I've already seen quite a few of those. Yeah. Ryan, can we get you on the air now? Can we hear you?
I don't think so.
Still not working.
I don't think so. Also, Nathan, I want to point out something.
Yeah, go ahead.
Per IMBot, from Volusia County, received the report that the Ormond Beach seawall was damaged at Towers Condominiums near Ormond Beach. So we have a report of a damaged seawall due to Hurricane Ian, which is a bit concerning.
Oh, look at this. Another fleet of trucks there moving along the road. Flash flood warning still in this location though. Northeastern Flagler County and southeastern St. Johns County until 9 p.m. I think that was 9 trucks there, Tim, that went by.
Yep, and this is something we were definitely alluding to, Nathan, that once the storm got off the coast, that we were going to be seeing co-ops all over the East Coast making their way down. And I'm pretty sure we got some, probably all from the East Coast, off the Gulf Coast towards Texas. I think I even saw a report that there was some as far as Minneapolis that were deploying some all the way down to this area. So this is the one thing I do love about the infrastructure around the U.S. The electric co-ops, when things like this happen, they band together and they deploy all over the place to get power back up as quick as they can.
And already,
and over here in Australia too.
And already a few places that are starting to get power back, as I mentioned in the last hour. Although having said that, I'm just checking a new update and an increase in the people who are out. So actually it's 2.6 million. I'm not sure where that extra number's just come from now, but 2.6 million out. But I don't know where that's come from. Said 1.9 not long ago. But there you go. And you can see once again, now that the road has calmed down, you can see the winds blowing the water along just a little bit there. And difficult conditions, especially if you're caught behind all of that spray from the leading vehicles. And let's see if, well, the National Hurricane Center should be updating their 5 p.m. advisory fairly soon. At that point, we'll be able to see what the National Hurricane Center think of the storm now and whether it's strengthened any. Only a little bit more would bring it back to hurricane status. And I want to point out on this imagery, very interesting to see here, the that is probably, you can see this little center of circulation down there. That looks like a mesoscale vortex, and it would tell me that the eye is probably extending all the way out over here, the sort of eye influence. But interesting to see there what looks like, to the untrained eye, a center of circulation for a storm drifting along there on the right hand side, which is fascinating to see. Probably a mesovortex, and the center of the storm is still very much around here. Still a little bit east of the National Hurricane Center forecast cone. But the more I look at that, the more disorganized and disheveled that this storm is actually looking here, especially on the south side. There is nothing there.
Nathan?
Yes.
The National Weather Service in Melbourne has continued the flood warning for the Little Wakiva River at Altamonte Springs. Major flooding is occurring and major flooding is forecast. This is greater than the flood of record. At 29.5 feet, major flooding in the Springs Oak neighborhood with rescues are likely necessary. Roads are impassable and several inches of water in some homes.
This is Force 13 Live. We're waiting for the National Hurricane Center's update at 5 p.m, which will probably tell us that Ian is back to hurricane status, although its satellite imagery leaves much to be desired, and radar imagery showing more trailing bands of rain all over a region of the eastern coast of Florida, a strip of land in, what counties were they again, Tim? Was it Flagler, Volusia?
Yeah, that's the current flood warning right now, is right along Flagler and Volusia there, yes.
So that's what we're witnessing. This camera is within that flash flood warning right now, and that's in effect until 9 p.m. Let's see if we can... Oh, let's see if we can get Ryan back. We tried once or twice with the connection. Something wasn't working. Hello? And it sounds like we've still got problems. We can't hear a thing there. So you might want to try something. Start your message with Force 13 all in text for any further questions until we finish this coverage just after 5 o'clock, and then we'll go off the air and we'll be redirecting you to the automated stream on the Force 13 US channel, which is showing the latest radar imagery and satellite, I think, of this storm as well. As you see more of those trucks bounding down Interstate 95 headed towards the disaster zones in the southwestern part of Florida. Of course, some of them probably won't be going that far. The power outages even as far north as these areas now. An area that has been hit pretty hard on the east coast, Volusia and Flagler counties. Both of those have more than 50% out actually right now.
And South Carolina just cited a report of damage, wild wind damage in Fort Mill, South Carolina.
Fort Mill?
Yep.
That is near the Charlotte Metro. I am surprised.
The tree has been snapped.
Oh, wow.
That can't be from the actual hurricane. That must be that front to the north.
That's York County, South Carolina. That is just to south of Charlotte. If I look at the wind field data on, no, that is not that. Nathan, you are right. That must be the front to the north of the storm because the wind field expands.
I mean, they're sort of merging into one at this point. I mean, the storm is forming the tail end of this front now.
Yeah. Yeah,
So,
we're most yeah.
I guess
that
you
wind
could
field-
attribute it to Ian now, but
The wind field is getting larger, which is a bit concerning.
I mean, the big question is, where does Ian stop and that front start? Because it's all one thing, and if you follow that front, it goes all the way to the British Isles right now. But that certainly isn't Ian's influence. We're still looking down Interstate 95, a little bit of a lull in the traffic there. It's gotten a lot busier, of course, since we were looking at the cameras yesterday when everyone was hunkered down for this storm. I think in general, the people, the public, have been behaving themselves with regard to this storm. Of course, it was a very difficult situation with this storm being extremely powerful, almost, well, unparalleled in the southwestern part of Florida, stronger than Wilma, stronger than Charlie and larger, stronger than Irma, closer to land than the Labor Day hurricane was, stronger than the Tampa Bay hurricane of 1921, stronger than the southwestern Florida hurricane of 1938, I think it was, and also the one that hit the Everglades in 1948. We're going way back in time, and it's stronger than all of them. When it made landfall just short of Category 5 status, 155 miles per hour on Cayo Costa, just remembered the name, to the west of Cape Coral and not far from Pine Island, which probably got part of the, well, it probably got the center pass just on the northern tip of Pine Island as well. And then moving into south of Punta Gorda where it made landfall and then moved northeastward. Very, very powerful hurricane when it made landfall. We're just waiting for the advisory from the National Hurricane Center. I expect they'll be a little bit on the early side. They usually are when they're not doing full hourly updates. But we'll wait and see for what they come out with at their update. We may as well check in and see what they're saying for the other systems that are active. We have Tropical Depression 11, which is still hanging on in the open Atlantic, and it's about to die off. We'll probably get confirmation that it's dead shortly. And Tropical Storm Orlean in the Eastern Pacific is one that we're watching quite closely. National Hurricane Center are expecting it to reach Category 2 status and make landfall as a Category 1 hurricane in western Mexico. So we'll be looking closely towards that storm after Ian dissipates. So I'll be checking all of those updates. They'll probably update well before Ian's update comes out, so I'll keep watching. In the meantime, let's try Ryan again. We're going to keep trying with you here. For some reason we haven't been getting you. Can we hear you now? It's the same old, I'm afraid. Yep. I don't know what's gone on with his audio, but...
Hello, could you hear me?
Hello?
Hello, it's Vapor.
Oh.
My audio and my connection are both finally working at the same time.
Oh wow, you weren't there.
An hour.
Wow.
After about an hour. There we go, finally. Alright.
Let's get some comments here whilst we're waiting. Taco Bean says, could Ian reach Category 2? I would say it's very unlikely, but you never know with this storm particularly.
Nathan, breaking news, post-tropical cyclone 11. Tropical depression 11 becomes a remnant low, 30 miles an hour, pressure of 1,010 millibars, 29.83 inches. This is the final advisory. Tropical depression 11 is officially, basically dead.
And the update is out on Tropical Storm Orlean as well in the Eastern Pacific, and they're still going with pretty much the same thing, expecting a Category 2 peak Just to show you what that one looks like again on the satellite imagery, it is this storm here, looking pretty good in terms of its appearance, but that one looks set to become another hurricane as it bends northwards towards the coast of Mexico. Won't be a threat to any Atlantic interest though.
Oh, and also, Nathan, I wanted to bring this up. Smitty has DM'd me a sounding that he wanted me to desperately talk about. It is for the North Carolina tornado threat, and I am actually concerned with this. There appears to be dry air in the mid levels of the atmosphere based off the sounding, which when you have dry air in the mid levels, that's really good for tornado genesis. And usually, dry air in the mid levels is for tornado. Actually, no, dry air in the mid levels for tornado genesis is usually found in the plains kind deals set up. So, given the fact that we have dry air in the mid levels of the atmosphere, I think that we could see a pretty substantial tropical tornado outbreak over North Carolina and South Carolina coastlines tomorrow. So,
Oh dear.
definitely got to watch out for that. I will be monitoring the tornado side of this, and I will provide updates as much as possible within the next couple of hours and couple of days. And yeah, I think we could see a very substantial tornado threat materializing.
That's not good. We're seeing
I will post the sounding for your own view in the call chat for whoever basically wants to just view this.
We're seeing so many electricity trucks coming down the Interstate 95 now. I've lost count. It must be well over 20 that we've seen in the last half hour moving down here.
Sounding is now in call chat.
So the fleet is on the way to help those who have lost power and everything else. Alright, let's examine that image that you've sent us, Patrick. Talk us through it, because it'll look like gobbledygook to most people.
Alrighty, so basically we're going to be looking at a very substantial tornado threat given the sounding. So basically let's take a look at the SCU-T. The SCU-T, once you start at the surface and you go up to the 700 millibar level, you see a very tiny open air sector, which would be your EML. This is a extremely small EML, which is usually what you see for tropical tornado outbreaks. But look what happens when you go up in the middle of the when you go up in the atmosphere. Usually the dew point line goes all the way up and intersects with the air particle path. But look at this. You see that there's actually two of the dew point lines actually going off into the distance and off the screen of the photograph of the SCU-T. So this is indicating right here, these two lines or these two green lines going in that direction, that we have dry air in the upper levels of the atmosphere, mid levels actually. This is not good, and this is what you usually see in the plains kind setup for tornado genesis and potential tornado outbreaks. Quickly look at the thermos here on the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. As you can see, we have 1300 K, which is favorable. The lapse rates we're not going to worry about because usually you really don't need good lapse rates for tropical tornado outbreaks. Pier is very favorable. We have 360 0 to 1 SRH, 532 at surface to 3, very sufficient surface to 1 shear. And then let's take a look at the photograph. Now the photograph is obviously storm motion or storm vector photograph. As you can see, obviously we're gonna have northwestward moving, right to left moving tornadoes, and this obviously is indicated in the photograph. So basically, in layman's terms, this sounding here is going to describe a tropical tornado outbreak that could onset for the region in which this sounding was pulled from. So if you are within coastal North Carolina and South Carolina, including actually the entirety of South Carolina and southern North Carolina, I would watch out for the tornado threat tomorrow, as we could see a pretty substantial tornado threat materializing. And just based off the sounding alone, it definitely concerns me on the sounding kind of deal to when I basically read this, I see, okay, boom, we're going to have multiple tornadoes forming. So definitely a lot of words, definitely a lot of unfamiliar things for the viewers who do not know sounding terminology, but in layman's terms, this is basically a sounding that more than 50% chance exemplifies and shows that there will be a pretty substantial tornado threat tomorrow. More updates will follow when I get them in, as I will be discussing them behind the scenes of some of our contributors who are, we'll be discussing this in the next couple of hours.
We're still looking at the webcam near St. Augustine, which is underneath a flash flood warning right now. Part of Interstate 95 included in that, and that's what we're looking at here on the screen. We're waiting with bated breath for the National Hurricane Center's update on Ian, whether they'll call it a hurricane once more. Earlier it went down to 65 miles per hour as it left the coast of Florida, then they upped it to 70, and now we have the automated system from the US Navy suggesting 75, and we'll see if the National Hurricane Center follows suit. They may not, they may end up going differently than that, but we're about to find out. I'm not sure how much longer I can keep stalling for, with possibly still another 10 minutes before they release their advisory, as we keep looking at these images. Well, let's shift back to the radar then, and you can see just how much more lopsided it appears to be getting as time goes on. And actually, what is that showing? Oh yes, I thought for a moment it looked like the center was way much further north, but no, it's still quite clear that the center depicted on visible and on radar is here, but that must be a significant dry slot there perhaps, or something going on there. And obviously on the southern side there's absolutely nothing, but the northwestern side is where it's all going on right now. Most of that thankfully is away from land, but some of it is piling up along the coast, some orange areas, although they do look to be possibly receding a little bit now. So hopefully the flooding situation might start to improve soon, but it's still perilously close to land, or overland in some areas, so we could still see some significant flooding impacts further up the coast of Florida. We're going to try.
So Nathan, we're looking at 75, 985 for the next advisory potentially.
I think it might be 986 actually. We're going to try one more time here with Ryan. You're on the air.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep. At last.
Finally. Sorry, I had it on push to talk. Okay, yeah. I fixed it. So I have a question. Do you think it could have reached a Category 5 if it didn't have an eyewall replacement cycle?
Ooh. I guess it would have done. Although if it didn't have an eyewall replacement cycle, it might have ventured even further east.
True.
I don't really know what implications that might have had, though it might have still managed it.
The National Hurricane Center saying it could intensify to a mid to low Category 1, but I'm sure we'll know more in, 10 minutes?
8 minutes? The exact.
Yeah, possibly.
Waiting on pins and needles for this advisory, as this is going to either determine if Ian is still a high-end tropical storm or a Category 1 hurricane with a minimal central pressure of at least 986 millibars.
What we're looking at here is the previous cone, and I expect that we'll see a little bit more of an eastward shift at the next advisory. All the models were pretty much sold on it being a Charleston landfall, so I'd be quite concerned there. But right now, possibly, it might shift even more east, maybe, towards the Myrtle Beach area. But right now, that's what it's showing up on the cone. I expect it will shift slightly eastwards as the storm position updates at the 21Z update, 5 p.m. Of course, when you look at that cone, just take a look at the enormous size of that wind field it's exhibiting. Tropical storm force winds, the National Hurricane Center reckon, all the way up to most of South Carolina, extending out, I think, over 400 miles it was earlier today, and we'll see what that wind field is as well at the next advisory. And on the south side, They still say tropical storm force winds extending outwards to the Cape Coral area, I would say, towards Port Charlotte, according to that cone there, although that has probably started to move away now completely, and surely from the videos that we saw earlier showing that the conditions had died down quite a lot.
We have 2 storm surveys, Nathan, from the September 27th Broward County tornado events. We have for the North Perry Airport, Pembroke Pines, Cooper City, which we believe is the one which damaged all the airplanes at that airport. That has been rated an EF1 with wind speeds of 90 miles an hour and a path length of 5.7 miles and a width of 150 yards. And for the Hollywood Davie EF0 tornado, which did prompt the PDS for western sections of Fort Lauderdale, that has been rated an EF0 with wind speeds of 70 miles an hour, a path length of 7.5 miles, and a path width of 75 yards. They do know that a well-defined TDS was observed on Doppler radar as the tornado moved northwest across portions of Hollywood, crossing the Florida Turnpike near Sterling Road. So that is 2 new storm survey reports that have been completed by the National Weather Service in Miami, confirming 1 EF1 and 1 EF0 from those tornadoes that touched down in southern Florida.
Wow, fascinating. We're still looking at this viewpoint on I've done it again. Interstate 95. I keep calling it Invest 95. It's terrible. I think we're looking southbound, certainly from all the vehicles that we've seen on this side of the carriageway. And still pretty poor conditions, although I think it has improved a little bit in this area recently. Let's try and get one more call in before the National Hurricane Center's update. We're speaking to Bashed. Hello, you're on the line.
Hello.
Hi.
Mic working? Okay. I have some friends actually in South Carolina and North Carolina. I was wondering what rainfall totals could we expect there? Are there any
8 to 12 inches.
Oh wow. Okay.
That's actually the max estimate.
Oh, okay. What preparation should they take?
They should be. I'll say this. Nathan, interject once you have the advisory out. If they are on the coast of South Carolina, regardless of where they are, from Charleston up to Myrtle Beach, they need to rush preparations to completion now and honestly get ready to hunker down. I think it is too late to honestly evacuate since tropical storm conditions are already beginning on the coastline. So what I would say for them to do is that I would say for them to hunker down in the most centralized portion of their safe place and just gather supplies and get ready to ride out the storm although it has weakened from what it was when it was about to impact at the Corda area, made landfall yesterday's 150-mile-an-hour storm, which is incredibly half of what we're seeing for the South Carolina coastline. But if they are anywhere on the coastline of South Carolina and southern North Carolina, please tell them to get ready and hunker down.
Okay, thank you.
They are about to take...
And the update is out, a storm surge warning, and it is a hurricane again, by the way. 75 miles per hour, pressure 986 millibars. A storm surge warning has been issued from Little River Inlet to Cape Fear. A hurricane warning has been issued for the coast of North Carolina from Little River Inlet to Cape Fear. And a storm surge watch has been issued for the Cape Fear River. Hurricane watch has been issued from east of Cape Fear to Surf City, North Carolina. So they now have it at 75 miles per hour. They expect a peak of 80 miles per hour and landfall tomorrow. We'll find out what that new cone says shortly, but Ian is a hurricane once again, and despite its poor appearance, but there it is.
Wow.
Alrighty, Nathan, I'm gonna head out for the evening. Thank you so much.
No problem, and thank you for calling Bashed as well. Let's see if we can get a call straight off the back of that update. Jonathan, hello, you're on the line. and we're not able to hear you at the moment for some reason. Perhaps it was like our previous call or a couple of calls ago with the push to talk, but I'm not sure. But whilst we try and get Jonathan here, National Hurricane Center declaring that this is a hurricane once again, 75 mile per hour winds. We are awaiting the updated cone, which we will see shortly on this viewer here. As soon as that 5 p.m. cone appears, there's the 2 p.m. that updated there. As soon as we get the 5 p.m. you'll see it, and perhaps a shift to the east maybe once again, and you're going to see a significant shift in those warnings, or not shift but extension of those warnings as well.
Is that 80 mile per hour possible peak? Would that be at the very, like, right next to landfall?
I think
Right
so, all the way up to landfall. But we're waiting to see just what exactly that cone will say. In the meantime, let's get some more information from that advisory. Ian becomes a hurricane again, taking aim at the Carolinas and Georgia with life-threatening flooding, storm surge and strong winds. Hurricane force winds extend outwards up to 45 miles from the center, and tropical storm force winds extend outward up to 415 miles. Kennedy Space Center Tower 1 recently reported a wind gust to 89 miles per hour. We're still expecting 4 to 7 feet of storm surge from Edisto Beach to Murrells Inlet, 4 to 6 feet for the Flagler-Volusia County line to Edisto Beach, 3 to 5 feet from Murrells Inlet to Cape Fear, 2 to 4 feet for the Cape Fear River, 2 to 4 feet also for the St. Johns River, 2 to 4 feet for east of Cape Fear to Duck, including Pamlico and Neuse Rivers, 1 to 3 feet for the Patrick Air Force Base to Flagler-Volusia County line, and 1 to 2 feet for Albemarle Sound. In coastal Georgia, we're expecting 1 to 3 inches of rain with locally higher amounts. Northeast South Carolina, 4 to 8 inches with local maximums of 12. Upstate and central South Carolina, North Carolina, and southern Virginia, 3 to 6 inches with local maximums of 8 across northwest North Carolina and southwest Virginia. Let's see if we have an update on that cone right now, and I thought it would at that point. I was expecting it.
Is that the updated cone?
No, we still don't have it out here yet. But we really want to see what that new 5 p.m. cone looks like and whether that track has shifted. You will still see an enormous wind field of a similar size to what you're currently looking at, and you'll also see a hurricane wind field marked in a darker sort of red shade towards the center of the storm. But you'll notice there that wind field is enormous. What was that?
Nothing.
There is the new forecast cone, and there is a sharp kink in that forecast track there, northeastwards, and then moving into land very close to Charleston, a more pronounced dip northwestwards then, and they're expecting landfall there at pretty much 2 p.m. on Friday. So I think the landfall time has been pushed back slightly, but that is the current National Hurricane Center cone for Hurricane Ian as we get closer towards this potential, expected landfall tomorrow. Any thoughts from the team on that new forecast?
I'm just kind of happy that it's out of that Port Charlotte area down south.
Yeah. Tim?
Looks like that 5 o'clock cone still maintains a potential landfall near Edisto Beach.
All right. And certainly not the most impressive hurricane we've ever seen, despite what it used to look like. It really looks like a mess when you look at it on the satellite imagery compiled with the radar as well, but still producing strong winds and substantially heavy rainfall, and now back to hurricane force winds again with 75 miles per hour sustained. It's on its way back again, and further strengthening possible as it approaches South Carolina, an 80 mile per hour peak expected. In a moment, we will be finishing up our coverage for the day. We will be starting coverage early tomorrow morning for the landfall in South Carolina on the Force 13 channel. But stick around on this stream because it will redirect you next to the US stream, which will be showing live radar and satellite imagery 24/7 as Ian continues to progress through the southeast. Any final comments from any of our team members right now? Go ahead.
Yeah, Nathan, if you're in the Carolinas, you need to be rushing your preparations to completion. Time is slowly dwindling on your chances to get everything squared away. Based on the track, you got about maybe another 12 to 18 hours before your preparations need to be done before Ian starts to bear down on the South Carolina, North Carolina area.
This webcam finally turned around and showed what it looked like the other way, and you can see on the, I think that's the northbound carriageway, a little bit of surface water on the inner lane, and vehicles travelling in both directions there. Traffic is still fairly light, but there's still quite a few vehicles on there. Rain falling again, this near St. Augustine, underneath a flash flood warning right now. But we're saying goodbye for the time being here. We will, of course, be back tomorrow covering Ian's landfall in South Carolina. We will probably be there fairly early, maybe in time for the 8 a.m. advisory, perhaps. I don't know yet exactly when we'll start, but we'll be there until after landfall, probably the rest of the day. So until then, we appreciate all your support, and we hope everyone stays well. But that's us signing off for now, and stay safe. Ian is back on the prowl again, strengthening. Will this damn thing just die already? Good night.